so we can start off in English, but everybody here speaks Serbian, so I guess it'll be more bilingual actually. Dobro jutro svima, welcome. I'm really happy that we're holding this conference at the Institute of European Studies here today. I was very happy to be invited back in April by Stefan and Lucas to Munich, where we had the first conference on online disinformation in Serbia. And it started as a nice idea that came into realization that we hold a second authors conference here today, and I'm happy that we are able to realize it. Before taking any further time, I would like to give the word to our director, Miša ĐURKOVIĆ, to open this conference and give us a welcoming word. Miša?
Okay. Thank you very much, Jovica, and I first want to express gratitude to everyone who is with us today, either alive or via Zoom. And I'm really more than glad that the Institute, I'm sorry, what is this, Mr. AJZENHAMER? We are very peaceful, you know, and so on. I'm joking a little bit, but actually, yeah, we have a person coming from the security faculty who just promoted some of the tricks here, which is very interesting way to start debate about the extremism into cyber and public space and so on. Anyway, thank you very much for all of you for coming, especially to our guest who came from abroad, and Ms. Aleksandra, who is coming from abroad from the Faculty of Political Sciences here. But we already had very nice cooperation before that. And what I just want to tell is that I'm so happy that in a way, although we are a small institute, we are slowly forming one good group of the researchers who are able really to focus this general debate about the contemporary state of democracy and media and public space within Serbia, which is a very interesting narrative and development. But generally around the world, since all of us know that we are in the phase when the world is coming into another big turmoil. So, as we all know, the first victim of the wars and insurrections is the truth, and especially in the public sphere. So everywhere from China, Middle East, Russia, up to West generally, which is really taking and accepting more and more a restrictive position over general freedom of speech, academic freedom. And so I think that it's really becoming one of the most pressing issues for all of us. Actually, I'm very much afraid of the world in which we're going to live within the next 10, 15 years. Another issue is, of course, that with all the distortions that we already used to have into general public sphere, actually what is happening within the cyberspace and dramatically spreading around is also putting another burden to all of us and another bunch of issues that are really threatening us from general surveillance up to freedom of speech, behavior and protection. So I think that, let me conclude, actually, I'm more than glad that we have such a good group of experts on a very substantive issue. And just to say that we are, as a group with Mr. Pavlović, with our colleague Irina MILUTINOvić, who unfortunately isn't today with us, but she will be via Zoom, and young colleague, I also use the opportunity to present her, Marija Marcenić, who is at sociology, also dealing with the issue. She's a PhD candidate and dealing with the issue of media and democracy and dealing especially with statistical issues there. I'm glad that we are making small group, but good group, that can be some kind of, let me say, pillar and continue to work with the distinguished colleagues coming from another institutions here and from abroad. Anyway, without further ado, thank you very much for organizing all of this, and thank you all for being with us. And I'm looking forward to listen and to learn today. Thank you.
Thank you for your welcoming speech, Miša. Before we start, I will just shortly introduce our participants today. The idea is to turn this workshop into edited volume that will hopefully be published by Palgrave Macmillan sometime in the future. And as the editor of the volume, we have Stefan from the University of the Bundeswehr in Munich, and his colleague Lucas, who will they will also be co-authors of one of the chapters. We have Aleksandra KRSTIĆ from the Faculty of Political Sciences, and she will be co-authoring a chapter with our colleague from the Institute of European Studies, Irina MILUTINOvić, who will join us via Zoom today, and they will also present their research. And I would like to thank them for actually sending in the entire chapter, unlike some of us. Yes. Yes. So I'm really glad that I invited you to participate. I think that your contribution will be very beneficial. Next, we have Vladimir AJZENHAMER from the Faculty of Security Studies here at the Belgrade University, who will also be chapter author. And we have Dalibor Petrović from the, help me translate this, Saobraćajni facultet of the University.
Traffic and Transport Engineering.
Okay, that's the official name, yes, okay.
It's better to go into Faculty of Philosophy, that's it.
Okay.
I'm okay with that.
Oh, great.
Not to confuse the readers of that.
All right. So, okay. We'll treat you as a member of the Faculty of Philosophy of the Belgrade University. That's enough for us. It's official. All right. So, and of course, another author will be Professor Florian Bieber from the University of Graz, who is not here with us today. He will try to join via Zoom shortly if he's able to, but due to other obligations at his university, and he's said hello to all the participants. And last, but I hope not the least, myself, I will also be co-authoring a chapter. And I would like to invite with this Lucas as the presenter of the first chapter to either come here or use a microphone there.
Yeah, okay. So maybe it's a bit loud, isn't it? No? Okay, it's okay. So yeah, hello everyone. My name is Lucas Maximilian Schubert. As Jovica already introduced me. Yeah. Just in short to my person, like that you don't think, who's that talking head, sitting there. I'm actually a political scientist and also Slavic philologist. And I studied in Vienna and in Belgrade on the Faculty of Political Sciences in this interdisciplinary joint master studies of Southeastern European studies and I lived in Belgrade, worked for the Konrad Adenauer Foundation. Yeah, my wife is from here, and so, okay, a little bit of personal information, but just that you have an idea who I am actually and what I'm doing. Yeah, and my topic is absolute arch enemies, because, and the phenomenology of common rhetoric tropes in the digital political discourse in Serbia. I mean, why did I choose this topic? It's because I also was writing about political language in Serbia in my master thesis, for example. And I'm really into this topic. And right now in our project at the Bundeswehr University in Munich, we are also investigating online disinformation and cybersecurity. So this is a very good, let's say, connection to the topic. Yeah, let's get to it. Yes? No? Yes? I know that's just the next slide. I can with this? This one? Może nema bateriju. Kje budemo vezati? I mean, it's the first slide, so it's okay. I'll take it from here. Yeah, as I already saw in the past that investigating online disinformation in Serbia, in the case of Serbia, is pretty hard to do. And thank you. And specifically, I talked about this topic as well at one of our conferences, which we had in Berlin, with computer scientist who's working for NATO Stratcom in Latvia. And he told me that they are pretty good actually in investigating online disinformation when it comes to Russia or China and so on, but they had quite a lot of problems with understanding how online disinformation is actually working in Serbia, because they were not able to get their head around this topic. And I actually then yes, saw what the real problem is. The problem is that Serbian functions in a different way as a language. It is not. You have a lot of metaphors. You have a lot of. Symbolic speech and so on. And this is nothing a computer program actually, and they are working with computer programs, is easy for these programs to understand. And that's why we have to get an absolute different approach to this topic. And this is why actually my work here in this chapter will be, let's say, on the basic level, like how does political language in a way and disinformation in Serbia at the start, how does it function? No, this is back. Okay, so now I got it. And the key considerations which you can take away from this, because there will be a lot of text actually in this presentation. I'm sorry about that. I know in presentation it looks like very bad having a lot of text you have to read, but if you lose the concentration in the meantime, so you can just take these key considerations for you, and it's that the political culture in Serbia is pretty inauthentic, because you have a lot of kitsch moments and bootleg versions of parties that try to connect their tradition to some kind of historical predecessor and so on, which is actually not true, as I will explain to you. One focal point for me is the so-called 8th working session of the Communist Party of Serbia, when you had this, when Slobodan Milošević came to power, and the people around Ivan Stambolić and his entourage was toppled from power, and you have still like some, let's say, you can still feel these consequences in political discourse in Serbia today, because some of the figures actually back from that time are on the political scene, or they're, let's say, pupils who learned from them, founded parties, and got the idea of how politics are made into the future in some way. Yes, many tropes of the Serbian political language are actually date very far back in history. You have historical symbolicism. You have from social events that lay far back in the past, some ideas which get into this discourse, and it's pretty hard for a foreigner to understand what people are sometimes talking about in Serbia. So I always got to this topic from the perspective of a foreigner. So if you're not from Serbia, and if you don't speak Serbian, and you just translate texts like from Politica or from, let's say, other newspapers into German or into English, so you don't really understand what these symbolic tropes of some topics are. So this is pretty hard. This is a clear difference in between translation and understanding. I have actually, my argument is that online disinformation is always introduced as something absolute new, and this works like completely different from everything what we had in the past and so on. But I argue that this is not entirely true. So the methods and technology of dissemination of online disinformation, also in the case of Serbia, of course they are new, but the playbook is old. So actually, when it comes to political propaganda and so on, these things are pretty old and date very far back in time. So it's getting faster because of modern technology. It's getting easier, but actually the topics and the contents, they are not that very old. And important to understand is also a so-called Manichaean worldview, which is prevalent in Serbian. For maybe some of you who don't know what this means, Manichaean means like a division into to two, let's say camps, good and evil, and there's nothing in between. So, I mean, everything what I tell you right now here is, of course, maybe not new to you because you're all from Serbia, yeah. But I'm trying to explain and write this in English because I think, in the academic sphere, English speaking, this is not very known, actually. So always look at that topic as a foreigner, maybe not as someone who is from Serbia. Yes, and in the end, and I will come to this, I introduced a new term, it's patriarchosplaining. So maybe little bit of a clumsy term, but you all know what mansplaining is, maybe. This is in the modern discourse of especially feminism and so on, well known. But I try to transform it in a little bit, to adapt it to the Serbian political sphere of discourse. So patriarchosplaining is all of you know, maybe I give a figure for this here. When you go to the countryside in Serbia, for example, and you always have in the kafana, in the local restaurant, some kind of older dude who knows everything about politics. And especially if you're younger, you have to sit and to listen. And he knows everything better than you. And you cannot argue pretty much, you know? And you're not allowed to argue about that because you are younger and you're unexperienced and you have no point at all. So this is, for me, patriarchosplaining, a very, very basic definition for it. Maybe I will come back to this later. And yes, last but not least, I argue that this kind of Manichaean worldview and this kind of discourse, which is taking place, intensifies in times of socio-economical turmoil or problems in Serbia. So for me, for example, you had it in the, and I will show you the next slide. You had the very intensive moments before and during this 8 working session of the Communist Party of Serbia, when Yugoslavia, in fact, was in a very, very dire economic situation with internal struggles, with unrest in Kosovo, and so on, and this kind of black and white, good and evil discourse intensified in that time. And I argued that as well the economic crisis which emerged in 2008 intensified, somehow reflected on Serbia and intensified this kind of confrontation between different camps, or political camps. Why do I say inauthenticism of the political actors? It's because maybe you know Harry Frankfurt wrote this essay at Yale, which is called On Bullshit. I mean, I'm sorry for swearing, but this is the title of the work. And he said the core problem of politicians or political leaders often is not that they lie directly. So what they say often is not a lie. It's their intention of saying is inauthentic and not true. So they adapt their position to, in a very pragmatic and an opportunistic way, to the situation they're in. That means that they can also adopt absolutely contradictory points just to serve their own agenda. And this is what political discourse, not only in Serbia, but everywhere, I mean, there's Germany, for example, is no exception from that, what's taking place. So we are not dealing with really direct lies within political language. We have problems with truth conditions, with ambiguity, with opportunism of the moment, and self-presentation and so on. And this is also what I argue for Serbia, and but just that we have here in Serbia, that's the same thing is the case for entire political parties. So if you take, for example, the Socialist Party of Serbia, which tried somehow to get rid of their somehow communist image and so on, and tried to date back. I actually dealt with party programs in my master thesis back then, so it was very, very interesting to see how they present themselves. The Socialist Party of Serbia tries to date themselves back to Svetozar Marković in the 19th century, was also social revolutionary somehow and a philosopher, but in fact they themselves are right now pretty conservative, so actually what they are doing, nothing reflects on social democracy and so on. The ruling party, Serbian Progressive Party, is actually an offspring of the Serbian Radical Party. with self-attached, like more pro-European badge they try to get on themselves. And but their predecessor, the Serbian Radical Party, tried to depict themselves that they are an offspring of the Radical People's Party from the Kingdom of Yugoslavia. But there's actually no real connection to them back then. This is just a lore that they tried to put them themselves. You have the same thing with, or not the same, but still it's comparable. For the Democratic Party, you try to get some like liberal labeling also from dating back before the time of communism, which is, yeah, also not true. And maybe you might ask yourself, why am I telling you all this? But it's because when you get as a starting condition how they present themselves and how they depict themselves, those political groups, you get the idea that most of what they are saying is actually basically as well political bullshit in a way. So this is right now an analysis of who is saying what, like who are the senders of message. And I argue that the senders of message in the political discourse in Serbia are inauthentic. It might sound a bit radical, but yeah, but why? Why is this focal point of this 8th session of the Communist Party of Serbia back then so important? I mean, you all know what the reason was, and I don't have to get into that detail. But I argue that this division into Prva Serbia and Druga Serbia, in the first Serbia and the second Serbia, dates back in that time. And a lot of those people who got toppled from power, who were around Ivan Stambolic and so on, actually later on tried to get back in power by depicting themselves as Democrats and everything. And in fact, they were just part, Milosevic's fraction and the other fraction were part of the same political class whom Milovan Đilas described as Nova Klasa, which is, they are bourgeois communists afraid to lose their socioeconomic position, and they will try everything to get back into this position. So, and if that means being in opposition to Milosevic and adapting some kind of democratic language and so on, then so should it be. I argue that they are very opportunistic, and we have a lot of people who are still on the political scenery today. I mean, I don't want to drop names, but I met some of them, and it's like really astonishing what they are trying to go, which lengths they are trying to go just to come back, or their political pupils, as say their offspring, who are now members of those parties and who got trained by them in a way. I mean, I don't want to spin any conspiracy theories, but I argue that there was a social learning behind that as well. And yeah, you have also this self-labeling of, for example, being very patriotic, very about the glorious historical past of Serbia and so on, how they depict this kind of history of Serbia. Like, for example, Milosevic's party was some kind of inauthentic turbofolk nationalism, which had nothing to do with authentic nation-building nationalism from the 19th century, which existed in Serbia. So, yeah, these are the socio-political circumstances I talked about. I will not go into detail. Yeah, in the examples, what I try to describe to you with this inauthenticism is for me very well described in two examples. One of them is the film Boy na Kosovo in 1989, which was practically, and excuse me the harsh words, but I use extreme examples for this to describe it better. The film actually was screened by the order of atheistic national communists about the importance of the Orthodox faith. They never practiced the preservation of Christian reliquia, which they do not know nor really care about, and a lost battle that was in fact a draw. The other example from this Druga Serbia, from this second Serbia, which try to depict themselves as being very open, very liberal, and so on, was based on Philosophia Palanke, a work from Vladimir AJZENHAMER in 1969, very often cited as being, this is such a delighting work about, you know, the close-mindedness of the Serbian nation and so on. But in fact, I argue that it's a very clumsy and incomprehensible work, which makes extensive and compulsive use of postmodern terminology in an attempt to depict the Serbians as being total backward and xenophobic in nature, but it lacks actually any historical proof for that in some way. I mean, if you read, I try to read it, it's crazy how bizarre it is, I argue, really. I mean, you can try to convince me otherwise, but I thought it's a really, really bad book, actually. Let's go a little bit more to very tangible tropes in what I argue. You have, maybe I forgot to add which group is actually using which kind of trope, but I will explain it. You have recurring, one of the recurring trope is the selo, the village, which is depicted by the one side, like the more patriotic side, as being the ideal Serbia, which is not the city. The city is sinful, the city is corrupt, and so on. And the authentic life, the authentic imagery of a Serbian, of upstanding member of the society is the village. So very connected to this is the zadruga. This is very interesting in the party programs. You have mentioning of this selo and zadruga very often. Even the Democratic Party has it in their party program, at least back then when I read their program. And the zadruga is, as you might know, actually was also described by Svetozar Marković as being the authentic living form dating back in the Middle Ages of the Serbians. So it was a bigger family and collective in which everyone was safe and so on, which is historically true, okay, but is not transferable to modern times, but it is depicted as being like an ideal state. Funny enough, we all know the reality show program Zadruga, which is right now on Serbian screens, which is like absolute, in my opinion, absolute bad taste, disgusting show. But I argue as well that this was not unintentionally called Zadruga. So it is actually very pejorative and degrading towards the own population in Serbia. So if you presented Zadruga, which used to be like depicted as being the ideal state, is actually a bunch of people swearing and beating each other up. That says a lot about the image that leading political figures in Serbia have, because you all know TV program like Pink and everything is controlled de facto by... Ah, yes. Yeah, elite. It shifted. Yeah. Thank you for that information. Yes, to the elite. Yes. Yeah. It's the symbol. Yeah. The elite. Okay. Of course. Yeah. Yeah. So it's from, it's more Cindy. Another trope from the more, let's say, liberal side is the Yugo nostalgia, like depiction of the Yugoslav past as being like an ideal state in which everyone lived prosper and then freely in everything, which is also an idealizing, of some historical time, which is not entirely true. And a characteristic which is connected to that is so-called auto-chauvinism. I mean, you have Biljana Srbljanović, who is actually depicting Serbia as being something that is an entirely evil construct that needs to be dissolved within what was tried within Yugoslavia, but it didn't actually. It wasn't successful, and now you have this evil nightmare again, which is being Serbia and so on. So I mean, we are talking about that level. I had the opportunity to speak to her. It was crazy. Yeah, another recurrent trope is, which you all also know, is the more pro-Russian stand, which is actually also in Serbia, which is also very pretty inauthentic in a way, so that Russia is depicted as the big brother nation and so on, the savior of Serbia and the protector of Serbia and so on, which is like historically not also inauthentic. It's not entirely true. So when you have a look, like for example, on the national thinkers in the 19th century, like Ilya Garashanin, on Nachatanya and so on, you will see that they were very skeptical about the role of Russia in the region, and they were like also saying that Russia's goals and Russia's aims in the region and Serbian actually interests will never be identical. So that they were back then very, very aware about the fact that Serbia is a smaller state and big powers will never actually be some kind of protector and being on one side just based on some idealistic calls. So this entire Russophilia in Serbia, I argue, it's like a pretty new thing, even if it's depicted as, dating back in history, like from the beginning of all times. But I argue it's like actually something pretty new, and it emerged first in the 90s. Then later on in the 2000s, it was amplified in a way. But still back then, it's like absolutely counterfactual to say that Russia is the protector of Serbia. I mean, maybe just to remember, Russia opposed the debt forgiveness to Yugoslavia after the 2000s and so on, when it was discussed in International Monetary Fund to write off the debt Yugoslavia had. Russia set a veto against that, actually. But these facts, or everything that contradicts it, is entirely ignored, or those people who are more Russophilic absolutely deny that this ever happened. On the other side, you have and I called this everything imaginary friends. So this picture people have about Russia is imaginary. The most guys and girls I talked about what do you think about Russia? What do you know actually about the country? Did not have any idea what Russia is really about, and also what Russian culture is. And so it was an imaginary picture of that country. And the other imaginary friend is the West, zapadne vrednosti, the Western values and so on. So the West, especially the US and European Union, or the member states of the European Union, are depicted as something as a kind of perfection. Everything works there how it should be, and there are no internal struggles within the states and discussions and also conflicts. So no, it's just perfect. It works, absolutely neatly. And the sole thing Serbia has to do is like to follow that imagery. So which is like also flawed, because this is not true. There's no ideal state nowhere in the world. I already talked about like depicting another trope is good versus evil. Political contrahends are depicted as some sort of Satan, which has to be defeated, and there's not a single word what the competitor is saying that is true, and no one should absolutely support any claims and so on. That leads to the situation that, for example, that even let's say if the ruling party, the SNS, makes some considerably well thought proposition, it is denied because it comes from the wrong party. So it means this seldomly takes place, okay? But this is some kind of stance that depicts very, very well this good versus evil rhetorics that is taking place. As an example, I took this young lady from I think it was Studio B back then, there was like a demonstration from opposition politicians in Belgrade taking place, and she said, it's written here, Đilasovci pozivaju na linč, silovanje i nasilje. Yeah, so that she was actually saying that, yeah, the followers of Dragan Đilas, who's an opposition politician from the opposition, they are calling for public rape and violence and for a lynch of the ruling political figures. So, I mean, this sounds absurd, absolutely, but this is actually the mindset. So they try to depict as if people from the opposition call out in public that all members of the SNS party have to be raped. You know? So, I mean, it's unimaginable, but yeah. So just to a little bit give you an idea on which level we are talking about. Huh? Okay, yeah. So I just give you a rush through the other stuff. So this is some kind of very short dictionary of many recurring terms that I used to describe the political contrahents and competitors. So you have, yeah, izdajnik, which is like the traitor, poturica for people who are like adopted. It was back then, you all know the history behind that expression, so that actually Muslims in Bosnia are just Turkified Serbs who took Islam, and so, but this term is wider used right now, for example, for people that are following Western liberalism and so on. They're no true Serbs, you know, they got converted into something else, and this is this expression poturica, you have it quite often on Twitter, for example. Yeah? Also špijun, strani plaćenici, dosovci, and so on. This is like also degrading terms for people who are more to the liberal side. Recurring very often on Twitter. Sandvičari on the other side, so people who are supporting, like, for example, the ruling party, the most disenfranchised, who have to go to protests and so on, and get a sandwich in back from the ruling party and so on. So people who are on the more government side of the discussion are depicted as sandvičari. People prone of tradition are mitomani, seljaci, we had already, villagers. And of course, if the discussion on Twitter gets, for example, very heated up, so then people with another opinion are described as botovi, which is dating also not that far back in 2019, when the first wave of political social bots on Twitter was taking place, and right now it got into the vocabulary of political discussion in Serbia. So all other people not with the same opinion are botovi, in fact. You have megalomania versus self-denial, talked also already about that. Patriarchal-splaining. And I have to take a look on the time, so I will just really rush it through. Also some examples as well from Twitter. I have no time left to translate them, but just to illustrate. And also how this patriarchal-splaining is working when you look at Politica. This was like some days ago, so it's actually the great leader, Aleksandra Vučić, is everywhere, talking about everything, you know? And in the end, you have like here Olaf Scholz being in Israel, but this is not so important because the patriarch is talking. You know? So, deductions, as I said, it's still old wine in new cases, and the only way in really understanding how political online disinformation and the public discourse is taking place has to be done by a very thorough hermeneutical, actually, analysis of the language that is used in Serbia, as I argued in the beginning. And this is what I also will try to accomplish with the essay I'm writing. So, yeah, thank you for your attention. And I would say, okay, here's my email address. This is my from work email address, and this is my private one, so you can use both. So, yeah. It's always hard. You forget always about the time. I mean,
it's okay. We have 15 more minutes for discussion. I just wanted to leave at least a quarter of an hour for comments. So I would like to ask the authors and the rest of the audience to give their comments. And if I may just give one brief comment before we start, I think you identified the tropes very well. And what I'm looking forward to seeing the work is how they are a statistical analysis of their application online. So, yeah. Okay, Vladimir, you can have the word first.
One, two, three. Okay. I ne puštam. You mentioned in one moment that there is a clear difference between translation and understanding, and it's something which is very important when people abroad are reading about Serbia and what's happening here, or translating the text. But you should have in mind that we have also the similar situation here in Serbia. That problem of translation is very, very important because we are now speaking in two directional relations between generations and also between people who have higher education and lower education, or they are not educated at all. Because we now as a speech act have new forms of communication. We have memes, we have GIFs, we also have TikTok clips. You know, right now, Mitrovic, Željko, on TV Pink has this TV show, where he used artificial intelligence to create false interviews with political opponents. Many people in Serbia believe that that is actually true. They don't understand that this is deep fake. So this problem of translation is very important even on domestic level in that context. And also, one more remark, I think that will help you. When you speak about division, about first and second Serbia, you should have in mind that this is the concept which actually evolved through the history. We had similar things before. And right now we have new incarnation of that, and that is division between real and false elite. And that is something Vučić actually launched a few years ago when the protest in 2018, if I am correct, before the COVID pandemic, started against the Vučić. And it was a reaction on some statements from Faculty of Philosophy and few professors. And then he accused them that they are false elite. So now, besides, you have still first and second Serbia, but very often in our domestic discourse, you have this division on false and true elites. And actually, Aleksandra told you that they renamed the show Zadruga in Elite, and it was reaction actually on the protest that started because of school shooting a few months ago, and intellectuals who started that protest was immediately labeled as a false elite, and then Mitrovic a few months later changed as some sort of mocking them, title into elite. So few info just for you. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm actually very thankful for really your remark that it's right now called elite, because I did not recognize this, because I mean, this is like personal anecdote in a way, but my father-in-law actually shows this garbage all the time on the television. And so when he was back some month ago visiting us in Vienna, he was like binge watching Zadruga, but I did not see that the name changed. Maybe because I don't, concentrate on this show so much. But for me, it was the same bullshit than before in a way. But thank you. This is pretty important information that it's called elite, like the true elite. Yeah. Thank you.
Further comments and questions? Yes, Aleksandra and Petar afterwards.
Okay. So I was wondering, thank you for your presentation. I think it's a very good work. I was wondering, did you base this, the selection of tropes based on some, can you just explain a bit of your methodology which you used, and did you base this on theory, on some kind of impressions, talking with people, or analysis of traditional or social media? I was wondering, who says the US and the EU are perfect? I was wondering that because it's simply the latest research showed that the media are very critical and very negative of the EU, for example. Your note about The Hague, that the court's bias has not been discussed, it's simply not true. You should look on other political voices regarding the Hague Tribunal and the impressions about the Hague procedures regarding Karadzic, Mladic, etc. And you should go back to history a little bit. We are just giving you a bit of a context as someone who are living here and someone who have been researching this for a while. Bots are not just people of other opinion, and it's just they have a kind of different definition. It's not that somebody who is opposing opinion towards what the opposition is saying. Botovi are just, you know, people who are supporting the Serbian Progressive Party, but anonymous people online who are having a lot of influence, and maybe we can help you with this kind of definition. So my question for you is if you can explain just the methodology you used and what did you mean exactly by patriarchosplaining. You connected it with the kafana in a village, but I would need a more substantive explanation. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your remarks and question. Just shortly, I know that Botovi are much more than what I explained here. It was just like I was in such a hurry that I, you know, completely jumped over this entire topic. So you're right, absolutely. This is correct. So my methodology was like, it actually was a very simplistic one. I just recorded which kind of terms are recurring on a Twitter discourse, for example, over amount of time. It's pretty old, I have to admit. So some of the expressions are not that used anymore. It dates back like to some 2020, 2021. Because I'm actually not sure if this expression maybe I try to get more context, because sandwichari is not that actual anymore. It's right now it's parizari. Yeah? So this was like ordinary latest development. But yeah, I looked up what kind of recurring terms you have used by the Twitter sphere in Serbia, and how often actually they occur in discussions. I mean, you can barely call them sometimes discussions, which is only throwing garbage at each other, but still. You're right, I was like a little bit precise when it comes to this US West depiction. I was like, this has personal experience value, because I worked for Konrad Adenauer Foundation. We worked also with people from the opposition and so on, and I just recognized that they very often also in discussion like depict like, you know, the EU is just perfect, you know, in a way. For example, when we talked with also Beogradska otvorena škola and stuff like that. No problem.
Analyze Twitter. And now you are talking about who says from Bosch or any other.
Yeah,
okay, we can say
wide.
EU is Twitter, but if your analysis focused on Twitter, then I'm interested in to see who is saying and who is posting what. And if the title is rhetoric tropes in digital political discourse, So if you are looking in the political discourse, and what does it mean? Are those parties tweeting, or it's now called X, right? So posting on X now, or considering your timeline, time frame, it was Twitter back then. So who is saying what about The Hague, about the EU, about Russia? So did you actually recognize which political actors in the political discourse are giving this kind of are fueling this kind of discourse? And because this is too broad that you say, okay, people from Bosch or this institute or the other institute are saying the EU is perfect, but this was not the part of your analysis.
No, you're right. I mean, I still have to write the entire, essay, and I will definitely. Yeah.
Sorry. To, no? I'm too old. I knew the participant of eighth session of Communist Party, but also I participated in discussion about European strategy of Serbia in 2000 and 2001. My biggest problem in that time was to explain to Tanja Miščević, who is minister today, that we have not to be perfect to be a member of European Union. And I told them, and they told me, we have so many problems and etc. And I said that at that time we must not to be perfect to be a member. And I also mentioned at that time that Romania and Bulgaria will probably be admitted in the European Union in 2007. And they told to me, "You're dreaming." And it's a very, very serious problem. You're completely right about that. I don't know today if we think that European and US are perfect, but at that time, we have a complex of European Union, and that was our big problem.
No, I see both points of view. You are right, and you are also right, because this is something I have to really prove in the online discourse which is taking place, and this is hard. So I was like, maybe it is really was too broad, I was like throwing in, the entire political discourse which is taking place, which is of course not possible to investigate in its entirety. But I will try to narrow it down a lot so that it becomes not so broad. This is really important.
Okay, yes, we will have Petar Ćurčić, and then we will move on to the next presentation.
First of all, congratulations, liebe Lukas. Ich bin sehr glücklich, dass wir endlich kennengelernt haben. I will speak in English. Well, I don't know exactly that my comments will go probably far beyond your presentation, but I would like to add something that I think it's seemingly important, that this polarization between first and the second Serbia, we have to much relativize, because in some ways, particularly through the government and ruling structure in Serbia, that is a combination between several groups. If we perceive the public image of our president, he starts as reformer, some kind of neo-Bavarian Protestant that will finally reform our country and finally reform our traditional way. And then we have this kind of another thing in these days, and some of prominent second Serbians, so on, really supported his politics, especially in some kind of pro-Đukanović Montenegrin media. But back then they changed their mind and become focal critical. But in some ways, some of them, like Svetislav Basara and so on, he's really into the party ruling politics. So it is some kind of complicated situation. That's my remark. I know it is probably useful for your further works, not actually for this, but it's also some kind of my view.
Absolutely, and you're right. I mean, this adds just on to the inauthenticity, you know, of this concepts of being first or second Serbia, because you can just switch the camp easily, you know, and just as if nothing happened.
Okay, thank you. I would like now to thank Lucas one more time, and I would like to invite Professor Dalibor Petrović to join me up here, and he will be presenting his chapter, which is the working title is Ruling Party as the main originator of online coordinated political influence operations in Serbia. Dalibor.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for having me here and organizing this second event that I understand that we will be talking more about our papers. And I, as you suggested, prepared the short version of my presentation. Back in Munich, we had a longer presentation where we had to put all our ideas to discussion, but now I managed something to finish, and I also send, so it's not about only women, but we have men, but we are late pretty much. So, but I managed to send something a few days ago, and I believe that is around 80% of what I wanted to achieve with this paper, and now I have much more clear picture comparing to Munich and discussion there. So I will go with a shorter presentation, but I will give overview of what was my main points in my paper, and I think that will be enough for all of you to participate in discussion, and I think that it will be a lot of room for improvements, and I have some space, I think, in terms of words that I can add in the chapter, because I think that we have some framework around 8,000 words, so I'm glad that I could add that. So this is okay, gore dole. Okay. So I have three basic elements of the paper, besides the, of course, introduction and conclusion, and all of parts were kind of challenging for me, because I needed to find some, first of all, contextual and theoretical framework where I will be set my research part of the paper, which is supposed to be devoted to the Serbian influence operation, or to say now kind of political marketing, but I will later explain what are and why I think that influence operation is much better concept to use. Can you hear me? Should I? Aha, ključevi. So Miša wants to run away from us. No, just be prepared for running. So that was the first chapter and subchapter, and second subchapter is central analytical framework for my analysis. It's about defining influence operation, which I see as a kind of soft mechanism or manifestation of digital authoritarianism. And in the last part, I was working on influence operation in Serbia, where I had Serbian Progressive Party as a main subject of my interest, and their campaigns that are conducting in online space, and that is something that I've been dealing with from, I don't know, 2016 or 17, but also I had one paper of extremism. Miša yesterday shared with us one book, and I was also one of the authors of chapters there 10 years ago about extremism in cyberspace. So when we're talking about the rise of digital authoritarianism, I borrowed this title from, I think, Freedom House report, Freedom of the Net, just to show you that that is something that is general impression of many, that we are now in a situation where we can expect that something that we can call digital authoritarianism will rise and will be more present. And operational definition could be that we are talking about assemblage of digital illiberal practices undertaken by multiple actors situated in either authoritarian or democratic regimes. And that is important for me to stress that we cannot connect or associate only digital authoritarianism only with authoritarian countries, and that is important. And when we are talking about digital authoritarianism, we are not talking about type of regime. That is a wrong notion of that concept. We are more talking about type of the governance, type of governing, and that type of governing is actually present in many countries in the world, but in democratic countries as well. And we were aware of that, let's say, during the COVID, when we saw some direct manifestations of digital authoritarianism. Let's say in Australia, as we can all remember, that we were shocked by the measures that were implemented there. So Dalibor argues that digital authoritarianism evolved through different stages. He identifies three, let's say, most important stages of the evolution. I didn't put it in the presentation, but first one was related to defensive measures that involve erecting national cyber borders, and that is something that is now present more or less in every country, especially in authoritarian, but also in democratic countries. Second generation controls are more focused on regulation, legislative, and these types of measures. And the third current generation implies more offensive force of control over the online public sphere, such as digital surveillance, targeted espionage, and some other element. But also what is interesting for us and situation here, Dalibor says that also as a part of this third generation, we are now seeing that governments, okay, to sam ja, it's my mistake. But I don't have that on the slides, so because my idea was to just have short presentation, and I suppose that someone maybe even read what I sent 2 days ago, but I also didn't know that we will have the audience here, so okay. And he said that now in this new phase, we are also facing with situation where governments aiming crowdsource antagonism at political level by recruiting electronic armies. We call them bots, but we have also term cyber troops or some similar troops. And they are also important part of this evolution of digital authoritarianism. I suggest that it would be useful to have another division of this third generation digital authoritarianism measure, which we should divide to propagandistic and restrictive type of information control. I think that that will be useful and could be useful for further analysis. And the second part of that analysis could include type of regime and their inclination towards some of to more restrictive or to more propagandistic type of measures. And my idea is that hybrid regimes especially tend or are in the position to rely more on these propagandistic elements of digital authoritarianism, because they are in the position that we can discuss why are they in position to avoid direct or hard or strict measures of control of what's happening in cyberspace by implying direct censorship, direct digital surveillance, espionage, and other measures. I think that they are not so presented there, and comparing to typical authoritarian countries, but as well comparing to democratic countries. But the democratic countries apply these measures mostly to foreign effects, to protect country for foreign intruders, let's say. Okay, we are going to next slide. So I believe that influence operations are typical manifestation of propagandistic type of digital authoritarianism that is present in hybrid regimes, and that's why I use it as a main analytical framework for my analysis. I was before relying more on computational propaganda, Harvard's conceptualization, but I believe that is maybe too narrow for what I wanted to achieve through this paper. So influence operation could be seen as a coordinated and strategic deceptive, and that is really important, deceptive actions executed by powerful political actors to foster desired attitudes, behaviors, or decisions of targeted audience. Two main groups of originator of influence operations can be identified, governments and strong, huge non-governmental actors, such terrorist organization and some other, but I rely on, and I'm going with Martins and his colleagues from Princeton University definition of influence operation as a coordinated campaigns by a state. So state is originator of this type of operations, to impact one or more specific aspects of domestic politics. So I'm dealing with not foreign but domestic politics through media channels, including social media, by producing content designed to appear as it was produced by normal users. You are probably familiar with the concept of astroturfing. Astroturfing is that was described in this third part. It's a fake grassroots movement that is organized by the state or some other big actor in order to have some kind of false amplification. So we can say that astroturfing is in the heart of influence operation, but that is not the only element of it. So main names of influence operation could be, that is my suggestion, in Martin's definition, if we have that definition as a scope. So pro-government or pro-party false amplification. False because it's based on astroturfing, it's based on people who are pretending to be grassrooters or spontaneous supporters of some political actors or idea. Other aim is suppressing critical voices, attacking the opposition or other critical elements in society. And third, also important element of this type of operation is to produce polarization, and that is something that Jovica wrote about in one of his papers, and actually to discourage average, let's say, normal people from participating in online space. That is also important idea, to make normal people to say, I don't want to use Twitter because only fanatics there are discussing, and it's useful to go there and to have maybe some ideas or something like that. What is also important, I divide or I make difference among influence operation and traditional propaganda. I argue that we cannot see influence operation as a typical propaganda, even though it is propagandistic in the nature. And I identify 4 elements of this difference. First, in type of means, influence of operation predominantly use social media, comparing to traditional propaganda, which is still dominantly relying on mass media. Comparing in terms of model of communication, the main basis for influence operation is a model of mass self-communications as defined by Castells in Power of Communication. And that is a different type of communication, fundamentally different comparing to mass communications that are in the heart of traditional propaganda. But when it comes to executors, in influence operation, main executors are groups and individuals. That is also a crucial difference comparing to media outlets which are providing or driving classical traditional propaganda. And in terms of content, I argue that difference is that influence operation are based on disinformation and deceptiveness, or deception, while classical propaganda, even though it can be deceptive or it have elements of disinformation, is more about type of deliberate manipulation, but can have some truthful elements. It shouldn't be seen only as a deceptive. It is, but it's not something that is only characteristic. In influence operation, that is, I believe, the main predominant characteristic. Of course, we can discuss that. Maybe this difference is not so evident. I leave to you maybe to suggest some other differentiation. And now at least I believe that I set up the stage for analyzing Serbia and case of the Serbia. So we have broader framework of digital authoritarianism, we have influence operations as a softer element, and we have hybrid regimes which rely on or are forced to rely on these softer types of digital authoritarianism, but they improve it, this type of operations, and they are quite successful in them. So I contextualize Serbia as a competitive authoritarianism in line with many of you who are present even here today, with the captured media, and with the situation where the Serbia is one of the rare countries in Europe where the where the internet is most trusted media for acquiring political information. I don't know if you are aware of it, but by European Broadcast Union reports that are that published annually, Serbia with Hungary, Poland and Greece tend to have internet as the most trustful source of the information. But I want to say it's not most trustful, but it is least distrustful. So general situation is that the trust is media is it is on very low level, and then it look like internet is the most important, but everything is really on the low level. But that is the fact, and that's why for the ruling party here or for state, internet is important place to be there, presented as a kind of controller of what is happening there, because they are aware of it. Contextually also it is important that intensification of the internet use for purpose of political propaganda is a parallel process with the coming to power of Serbian Progressive Party. That is something that has happened parallelly. It's a fortunate coincidence for social progressive party here, but also we have to be aware that they didn't have any other tool to go to the media before they came to the power. So in very early phase of their development in 2009, 2010, they started to finding alternative ways to spread their political ideas, and that's the time where I don't know, Obama started to use internet in America, so they were inclined to using internet in early phase, and that was for them a very, let's say, lucky situation, because they had already prepared team. By some witnesses, they had testimonies of some witnesses. First internet team was composed of 7 people with the help of some Romanian experts, and it started to act somewhere in 2012. So we have now more than 10 years of experience. And there are several important factors that jointly resulted that the internet becoming important tool for political struggle in Serbia. I just explained that people had the idea that traditional media are captured and that they have to use internet. Opposition parties started to use the internet, as well as Serbian ruling party. And we can say that today, SNS, at least I have that impression, has one of the most organized influence operation teams in the Europe, and that is we can discuss how effective it is in terms of spreading their ideas, but they are effective in polluting cyberspace, and I think that is also their intention. So we know how all that is functioning. Maybe there is no need to go to details, but we have teams that we have hierarchies. Instructions are created on the top of that hierarchy, and then it's spread down to lower party officials, members, supporters, and at the very bottom we have thousands of low skill. So that is also important. Low skill people in terms of digital skills, programming. They are not experts, and they are dominantly state employees. That's the way how they get paid for the job which they are doing, and they are executor of that kind of propaganda or influence operation. We referring to them as human bots. So it's not social bots. That is a problem with terminology in English. Maybe it's okay to use term troll, but troll also has another history of of performing. So maybe human boats or real boats or people boats, something like that, can be used and should be used. And that is not unique only for Serbia. We have this type of boats in different countries. And these are some of facts and figures about the development of their internet team and their organization, founded in 2012. From 2000, we now know that they started using different softwares for organizing their actions through from Walter software, then it was Fortress, now it is Castle. I'm not sure if the Castle is active now. I think that it is not active, but the real picture of what are we dealing with, we got during 2018, where a memo leaked from their meeting, and they were giving the report, their internet team, and they said that in 2018 their internet team and their executors, human bots, published 10 million comments to more than 2,100 online news, and in a single day prior to that annual meeting they managed to publish as much as 43,000 comments just in one day. So I counted that by per capita comparing to China, and I realized that we are in worse situation than people in China in terms of these per capita comments. And we later received different signs of seriousness of their operations, and some data about actions that Twitter performed, and later just recently Facebook, Meta, and they terminated thousands and thousands accounts in their fight against propaganda and influence operation in Serbia. I would want to suggest to you to read this report from Daniel Bush, who did it for Stanford Internet Observatory about Twitter campaigns of Serbian ruling party, where he defined and analytically proved that there were three main goals that are aligned with the goals of influence operation that I described earlier. So the aims were to cheerleader Vučić and his party, boosting Vučić aligned content, and attacking the opposition. That was the task of their teams. But Bush is asking himself how effective these action were, and he managed to draw some data about that, and he said, I have this data here, that that this tweet did not receive substantial engagement since, and we are talking about 43 million tweets that he analyzed that were used for support of Serbian ruling party. 96.3 tweets received no likes, 96.7 received no retweets, and 98.3 received no replies, and 99.9 tweets not quoted. So that's something that I think is also proof that their main intention is to pollute that space, to have too many or as much as possible yes, comments and posts in order to make invisible opposition and their supporters. So for the conclusion, we can say that we are now in a quite paradoxical situation where the main obstructor of progressive party campaigns are social media platforms which provided, vehicle for this type of campaigns, but we are now technologically dependent. We are in a paradoxical position that we should applaud to these platforms, and that is quite, absurd. But it is now it is as it is. What is also encouraging that these platforms now work with the fact-checking organizations in Serbia, and that these fact-checking organizations like Fake News Tragač from Novi Sad are quite effective. I participated recently in one project on Distrust, Horizon project, and Trust is the name. And one part was devoted to online disinformation, as we are talking about. And as a part of that working package, I conducted interviews with members of these fact-checking organizations, and they said to me that they have a good cooperation with Facebook, and that they are able to have some influence in terms when informer has some, disinformation or some crazy titles, then can in cooperation with Facebook prevent that, to make that title disappear. So even people from Informer or Courier or other tabloids started to pressurize now people from fake news, for fact-checking organization to be more cooperative and so on. So we have some kind of, tools to fight against that, but generally trend is not good in the world, especially with the help of artificial intelligence. We can only wonder what we will be facing in the future, but these are some of the entities that could do something about it. I know that Irina and Aleksandra wrote about some, I don't know, international legislative organization and tools for preventing that, but I'm not sure how that will be effective in Serbia, for example. So thank you, that was my presentation.
Thank you, Dalibor. And before I give the floor to the audience, I would just like to commend your work, before anything, for giving us a clear definition of the subject that we're dealing with, especially when you talked about in your presentation what is a hybrid regime and what is a democracy. This is a very blurred line when we look at the social media sphere. Maybe on the political sphere, we can make a distinction what countries apply more democratic tools, but when it comes to propaganda on social media, unfortunately, it seems that it's all about resources and the ability to apply them, and that it's hard to make a normative distinction on who is democratic and who is not. I will first give the word to Miša, then we have Stefan, then Vladimir, and Maria, in that order.
But try with several contributions or comments that might be interesting for you, just also for continuing where Luka started. First, one thing generally is about the control of narratives, The Vučić system is his classical tradesman, and just let me just briefly look at, I mean, the basic thing that you should include when we are speaking this time framework, actually, because the time from 2002, 2003 up to 2012, Serbia was democracy. It was competitive democracy in which you couldn't do something. After 2012, and especially 2014, actually Serbia is not democracy anymore. I mean, this is everything but not democracy in that sense. So even the way, the playing with narratives, and I mean, you had some authenticity in those times. People were fighting for something. Today, regime is controlling and returning back all the narratives. So the whole fight is within his system you can be whatever you want, and he is playing actually the main issue is how he's using different narratives for different audience. You know, you have something for elite and zadrugar for older people, then you have IDJ, which is oppositional, that is very interesting, which is for younger people, and this is completely their system of work and so on. Another issue is how this control of narratives is produced for different purposes, including generally how we use actually here reality pornography intentionally also as a part of distraction. You have a lot of those things recently. Whenever there is something big happening like Banjska, you're sure that you will get several artificial affairs which will use to cover everything, to pollute and so on. Like 2 days after that, there's a big horrible issue with this singer that was killed like 5 years ago, and immediately her husband was finally convicted for 40 years in prison and so on, and he was just let somehow 2 days after Banjska with a general idea that it should cover everything. I mean, that is the mechanism that is permanently being used. You have all the narratives and used as a distraction. So also another issue is how the as Kaspar Maze was calling the whole this endless fun, or like in Nazi system, Kraft durch Freude. So intentionally the whole idea of pornographization and the fun is used, and very interesting, I'm finishing with that, how you use all that to put that from the regular media into cyberspace. With the way you explain, actually, so not only political issues and political, how should I say, polluting or the playing with narratives, but also how you introduce all those kind of, you know, of fun, estrada, whatsoever, which are intentionally being used in political purposes. And that is, I think, one of the big contributions of the Vučić system. Another issue, definitely speaking about the poor people who are working as the bots, they have the system with coordinators, so-called, these are the most important people in Serbia. Nobody cares about minister whatsoever. These are local big men and strong men who are, as a part of their duty, controlling how the quotas which bots have are being fulfilled. So if you are, it's interesting, I don't know how the whole internal issue of the measuring of their productivity and work is going on. Maybe you should find some data about that. But if you are employed in, I don't know, local municipality system or in electricity system, whatever, I mean, and if you do not provide enough of your quota, you will be invited, threatened, and so on, and you might lose your job and so on. That's very interesting system. And finally, we should speak about the names. That's also one of the main rulers in Serbia is a man called Asaf Asin, which is Israeli, actually working here. Some people say from 2004, but actually he's a mastermind who is behind all this. And he's doing the whole propaganda, including the cyber stuff. He is at the general level, but you then have special forces which are, and consultants like Tal Hanan. That's also very, some people may heard for the guy. This is Israeli, again, firm, specialized in big campaigns of destruction and false accusation and so on. So it came out, Krik made very good investigation in March this year that they were standing behind the whole campaign against Gilas, so-called Mauritius papers, which came out that they were, you know, it's false. But they were intentionally used in the time when the last big protests were going on and so on. So I mean, it's not only that we have like regular, you're very good in pointing that this is one of the most organized systems, actually some kind of mafia, we could speak. That's de facto how they function, and it's really very inspirative to go into details and explore the system, because again, knowing the whole system of Vučić and what he was in charge in the Radical Party, I know the guy personally, he was never in charge for creation But he's fantastic in destruction. And he's really doing that into whole system in which he is destroying the public space, destroying intentionally any argumentative speech, and polluting even the public space now. Sorry for being maybe too large, but I hope it might be interesting.
Thank you, and it's really useful. And about destroying narratives. For hybrid regimes, the old mechanism for capturing public sphere are not functional anymore in cyberspace. So they have to devise new types of mechanism to control what is happening there. And destroying the narrative or spreading narratives or destroying public debate is one of the most important mechanisms. So not, you know, we have all impression that is kind of propaganda and marketing to share their attitudes. But no, that is just in front. But what is the latent and what is the main purpose is that, and that is in line with that you just said about Vučić and his destroying potential. So I agree totally. And about bots and social system, I didn't mention that Tragač, fake news Tragač organization, fact checking, just recently published the map of the boats, 3,000 and something of them devoted, divided to different municipalities. So they are working in more than 300 municipalities in Serbia. I have in my paper that map, but it is really, you know, you have to be astonished by diversity of that and the level of organization in that network. So that is also, yes.
People, they're fantastically organized. They have the central system with what was the guy, Miša, who is leading that with, I don't know, hundreds of people. And then you have local branches, at least in 300 municipalities, and they're fantastically coordinated. They are engaged into special campaigns and so on. That's really brilliant in technical terms.
Okay, we will go to Stefan.
Yeah, okay, like this. Yeah, I have two or three questions, conceptual questions, I guess. One of them is you have this dichotomy of democracy and authoritarianism, and your argument is that actually we see in all forms of government digital authoritarianism. I was just wondering, because authoritarianism is a very strong term, and there are alternative ones, and maybe they're not satisfactory either. But you could also talk about digital populism or digital illiberalism, which connects more to the kind of Hungarian model or whatever. And the populist probably would be more the Trumpist or Bojo style. Or nihilism, then you can get in Nietzsche, and this is the destructive dimension, I don't know. But I was just wondering, you know, how much does this term digital authoritarianism help if the main purpose is to confuse the public debate? So that's the, I have no solution to this, but that came up. Maybe the second question, I think it would be worthwhile talking about the dangers of digital authoritarianism. If this is the strategy, if the key strategy is to create a polarization, this can backfire. You know there's always a threat. It's more it's a Foucauldian argument maybe. You can amass as much power as you want, but there's always the danger that this just doesn't work out. And I think one of the dangers of polarization is that under certain circumstances, the other side, that's Lucas's paper, the Manichaean perspective, that the other side is empowered by this because they form as a group. And even a government, in particular if it is not authoritarian, might run into problems. So another side gets empowered. So I was wondering empirically, how does that situation look like here? And I think the second danger from the perspective of those controlling the discourse is not that another side is empowered, but a third party is empowered. No, I want to give an example. I currently run a research project where Anna, our colleague, is working on digital subjectivities in Lebanon. And just to give you the main idea that what we found out there is that there's a very polarized political discourse in Lebanon between, let's say, a pro-Hezbollah and an anti-Hezbollah camp. And you can see that on all levels. And the interesting thing now is that a third group emerged in digital discourse, which sits in between. We call it the revolt camp. And this revolt camp places new and different topics onto the agenda. And the interesting thing is these new topics do not remain in the bubble. It's topics like corruption, basically corruption. So it's not related to the pro-anti-Hezbollah to such an extent. They don't like Hezbollah, but it's they talk about corruption, they talk about rights and other issues, and they entered the political scene, and they were able to get 13 candidates elected to Lebanese parliament last year. So they kind of reached beyond their bubble and changed the political landscape, and that's also a danger, I think, to a very polarized political discourse, that some people at some point might get fed up, and they organize politically. So I was wondering, you know, this danger to digital authoritarianism coming from identity formation of the other side, and they become stronger, or a third party. How is the situation currently here?
Well, thank you very much. It is a very important question about conceptualization, whether we were talking about digital authoritarianism, or should I find some maybe softer, let's say, concept. But digital authoritarianism is now widely accepted as as a description of what is going on today when governments decide to use digital technologies in order to solve some big problem. And we had different examples of that in even democratic countries. I mentioned the example of Australia, where you had a severe digital surveillance system, where you had to, you know, report your moving or something like that. So if we are talking about system that denies basic rights of the people, basic liberties of those people, then I think that we can use that term. And that we can see it as a kind of authoritarianism. But what I think also that is, you know, some broad concept, but we can divide it in different type of aspects, but we should be careful in defining it. So what is in danger, but by action that was conducted or provided by digital authoritarianism, but that is something that, let's say, Freedom House is using, some other reports, but also authors as pretty much accepted concept. But it is important to divide. Whether you can have a kind of polarization as a result of that, will other group maybe form in terms of replying to that or trying to resist to that? Yes, that will certainly be something in the future that is probably a realistic scenario, but here in Serbia we didn't see that is happening. We have opposition, and we are fighting, or they are fighting against this type of manifestation of authoritarians type of governing, but we do not see different organized group that are fighting against them in cyberspace. But we have individuals, you know, a small group of people that call themselves they call themselves Robin Hood, or you know, they have these archetype names. And just recently we had situation when some group of some people published to the Twitter list with the 12,000 names of social bots. So, and they said that they organize themselves and that they have to pay 15,000 euros to someone from Progressive Party to give them that document. But they say that they managed to raise funding from from our people from abroad. So that was the source of that money. So we have little, you know, rebels who are fighting against that, but they're still not organized.
So let's keep the questions and comments. Yeah, she's yeah.
Dalibor?
Kad dobijete, stisnete i držite polako i ne puštate.
Da. Jedan, dva, tri. Ali brojevi nestanu, a onda radi dalje. Okay. Dalibor, I want to refer actually on your presentation and comments that Stefan just gave. When we speak about digital authoritarianism, I don't think that only strategy is to divide. I think that the new strategy, especially from the COVID pandemic till now, is actually to create confusion. Okay. Through multiplication of competitive narratives, lots of them, enormous quantity of competitive narratives, so that we have actually total relativization of any important narrative or critical thought. So Phil Collins actually said in the 80s, he had that song, you know, and there is the verse, too many men, too many faces, talking too many nonsense, not much logic around, can't you see this is the land of confusion? I think right now, digital, but also every media sphere is actually land of confusion, and I think that this is important. So one thing, and the second is actually question, and it concerns astroturfing. So how can we tell which actually movement is grassroots and which movement is later hijacked or integrated by the political elite when they recognize potential for this kind of confusion, to include them and to create them? For example, what to do with Pavle Bihali and Leviathan? Where to put them?
Well, when we are talking about astroturfing, in order to call some action astroturfing, that action should from the beginning be hijacked, to be fake. So that is typical astroturfing, to have fake campaigns, fake people and everything. And later, that is the kind of strategy how to maybe get use some aspect of some campaign for your purposes, or how to destroy some campaign, or many other things. We had examples of that in one of 5 million protest, or some other protest when you had real campaigns that started as a spontaneous campaigns, and then you have different destruction actions from the regime. They, for example, tend to have clone pages on the Facebook. So you have original page on the Facebook, and they make completely the same page with some little changes, and then when you're going and you want to inform about protests and support protests, you connect with the wrong page, and that is something that they do constantly. So that is, I wouldn't say that that is astroturfing, that is a hijacking in order to fulfill some political need, or to destroy some action or something like that. But thank you. Yes, thanks.
Okay, Lucas, you had a question? Oh, okay, then we have Maria, and finally after her, Irina through Zoom.
Can you hear me? Yeah. Maria Marsenic, junior researcher from Institute of European Studies. My question is maybe not closely related to your presentations, but it concerns one aspect of influence operation, which is cancel culture.
Okay.
So my question is, can cancel culture be used in politics? And should it be distinguished from political boycott in that sense? Also, if it can be used in politics, what differences can be made in the use of this phenomenon in politics and the usual use of this phenomenon on social media? And my second question is, do people today have more trust in social networks or social media where people themselves can provide news, which usually can be subjective? Or people today maybe have more trust in traditional media? I think you mentioned these informations in your paper about protests against dictatorship, but I wondered if situation maybe have changed until today. Thank you.
Okay, you are now transferring me to different subjects, but I wrote about that also. What we have noticed during the pandemics and the COVID is that people tend to turn back, not turn back to give more or new attention to traditional media, to get back to traditional media, because in situation where there is a chaos and where there is a great uncertainty, you don't have that luxury to, give space to some anonymous people and to act upon their directions, and you want to save your life, basically. So that is the trend that we can see now, that traditional media somehow managing to keep their influence and power, and that is something that is to research. But in countries like Serbia, as I wrote with Miloš Bešić in some other paper, social media are really important, and for majority of people who have impression that media are controlled, and we are talking about not just hybrid regimes or authoritarian regimes, but also in democracies, they tend to turn to social media because they have impression that they will get some kind of pluralism there, no matter of the situation that they can be disinformed. They are ready to take that risk in order to got different perspectives or ideas and so on. And as regards cancel culture, that is now completely other subject. So in the very heart of cancel culture is fight against institution and against dominant mainstream ideas. We can discuss that also, but maybe now it's not time for that. And it can be used in political terms, and it's normal to expect it that will be used. We can see that in Europe about what is happening with Russia's culture and everything. And we had the latest example of that in Frankfurt book fair, on the book fair there that started 2 or 3 days ago, where they decided to postpone a reward that they wanted to give to Palestinian writer. And that is something that is clear example of cancel culture in politics. Okay.
Okay, finally, Irina.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Well, apologies for my distant participation.
Just a second. Just a second. Okay, try to ask your question.
Well, I said apologies for my distant participation, but since I have a cold with fever and a very sore throat, I think that this way is better both for me and you. You hear me?
Yeah, everything. It's better now, yes.
Okay. What do you think, Dalibor? Do the digital media sphere has a truly potential to disturb the hegemony of the public discourse in Serbia that is ruled and controlled by the ruling regime? And I'm asking this having in mind that online media misuse in Serbia has lasted a decade since the leading SNS came to power. Pro-government campaigns that instrumentalize the media have been always intensifying in the pre-election periods, but disinformation campaigns were significantly increased with the start of the migrant crisis in 2015 and the COVID-19 pandemic in the early 2020s, when social media platforms and pro-government tabloids became a fertile ground for spreading conspiracy theories and disinformation about different public issues, from migrants, the pandemic, and the distribution of the vaccines, up to the Russian war in Ukraine and daily politics issues. As a feedback of a professional community, a few media have tried to provide a space for alternative voices and more pluralism. So the alternative media are more widespread in the digital sphere, but the traditional media sphere in Serbia has a significantly bigger public and influence. At the same time, the captured media outlets, traditional media outlets, founded their internet portals with the same editorial policies, extending the instrumentalized and manipulating political patterns. And I want to highlight also this. Fact-checking organizations and other alternative online media function they have been established by civil society organizations and are financed by insufficient funds. The state institutions do not support them. On the contrary, the alternative media suffer pressures that endanger their work and sustainability. So I want to hear your opinion. What is the future of alternative media in Serbia?
Yes, thank you, Irina. That is the important question, and I don't. I'm not sure actually, because as I told you, not you, but answered before, I believe that mechanisms that are used for capturing traditional media are not so effective in online space. So I think that there will always be a space for alternative voices there, but of course they have to be supported broadly, but by different sources. But at the end, in cyberspace is all about us. So if we have opportunity or chance to consult alternative sources, we will do that, and that is something that is a trend that we can see in general. But what is not generally okay, what I do not see as a good trend is a trend of decredibilization of the internet in general as a source of information. So with that the dominant stories about fake news, disinformation and everything, many of average people get the impression that they cannot inform themselves in online space, and then they at the end turn to traditional media. They are aware that traditional media are controlled, but they make this choice. I have pluralism there, but I cannot find the right information, and here I have something that is controlled, but I believe that something that I will hear on RTS is not so wrong, or that not will make wrong things to me or something like that. But it's a complex story, and thank you for the questions. Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Hello to everyone. I must admit that I'm also, like Jovica, the one who actually didn't provide you with previous text, so I apologize for that. But later in the evening, I will send the previous text that I wrote, which actually was some kind of turning point for this kind of research, and maybe something which will definitely be inspiration for the work that I will provide for this book of the proceedings. So what I'm actually interested in is to give theoretical framework for the phenomena not only of disinformation but also of cacophony which exists in the internet sphere, and to maybe give some sort of theoretical framework which can also be the new form of theory of securitization, which can then explain everything what's happened in the past few years and which connected to the digital media and special form of civil revolt that we saw that origin directly from this new type of communication. So this will be a strictly theoretical presentation, so due to complexity, in order to avoid digression, I will mostly stick to the text I have in front of me. Actually, I wrote the text yesterday. So my train of thought is going in the opposite direction than yours. You all identified these folks over there, Saruman and his dark horsemen of media apocalypse, as the key figures for understanding the various forms of misuse of digital technology, mostly for political gain and political influence. But what if we shift focus on this group of people? Can these guys over there, those girls, for example, he's pretty suspicious, you know, and this guy here, you know, he looks suspicious to me. Can they be actually the force that we can perceive as a sort of cyber threat in the context of misuse of information, etc., etc.? You know, we are not talking about ordinary people. Okay, those are still not ordinary people. We consider ourselves to be the part of academic elite. But let's go further and shift focus on these ordinary people. We mentioned a few of them earlier, Pavle Bihali, for example. What about them? Those guys are actually group that I'm interested in. Not only them, the whole bunch of people who are living and working on internet and create something that I like to call #securitization. So my intention is actually to explain the changes in the security discourse that have occurred due to the sudden expansion of digital technologies and virtual networking individuals through social media networks. The theoretical framework I propose is based on triangulation of Buzan and Weber concept of securitization, then Foucault's principle of rarefaction of speech subjects, and Castell's concept of mass self-communication. In the chapter I am currently working on, I will define the concept of coagulation of speech subject, which I will pose as a kind of antithesis to Foucault's rule of discourse rarefaction, as well as phenomenon of illocutionary or securitizing cacophony, which I will view as a key precondition for what I call hashtag securitization. So, just a sec. And we have bug here. Just a second. Okay. I didn't plan to do this, so I should print it. Okay, next slide. What's the catch? You all probably know securitization theory in its original settings treats security as a speech act. Buzan and Weber borrowed the concept from Austin and Searle and put the speech act theory in the context of security studies. The process of securitization, you can see it over there, can therefore be presented as interplay of illocution and perlocution. I presume that you already know that according to speech theory, illocution and perlocutions are part of the speech act. So illocution is simply said what to do in the sense of direction or input, and the perlocution is effect on public or audience of this illocutionary act. So this manifests itself in the sphere of security through interaction of securitizing actor and the audience. The backbone of this interplay is something we call securitizing move, a security discourse which political, military, security, or related state-centric elites, aka securitizers, strives to win the support of desired audience, most often citizens, for the application of special measure when solving the issue that is marked as security priority. To simplify, the role of securitizer is mostly reserved for representative of the state and elite connected to the centers of political decision-making. State-centric elites meets all facilitating conditions, you can see it over there, determined by Buzan and Weber. They know the grammar of security, they know dialect of targeted security sector, also they have social capital and authority, and they always have a speech act in power which actually refers to objects already perceived as a threat by the audience. So, and what is most important, they have almost unlimited access to media, all sorts of media, digital, electronic, printed, etc. Now, let's turn the table. This is something I like to call horizontal securitization. My initial assumption is that the securitizing exclusivity of elites is now threatened, and that the expansion of virtual social media networks has enabled citizens to challenge political authorities' security legitimacy. And how is that possible? Thanks to the virtual social networking, the traditional securitization model, previous one, in which citizens are assigned the role of a relatively inactive or passive audience, has been called into question. Through the internet, citizens now become the creators of their own security discourse, thereby taking away prerogatives of the state elites as the bearer of securitization and appropriating the role of securitizers for themselves. The anti-vax, anti-migrant, conspiracy theories discourse, which spread on social media, especially since the outbreak of COVID-19 pandemic, is actually an example of such horizontal securitization in which virtually networked citizens begin to act as securitizing actors. Of course, as in case of mainstream securitization, the previous one, hashtag securitization also requires satisfaction of some preconditions. The two of most important are coagulation of the speech subject and what I called elocutionary or securitizing cacophony. First condition actually concern the issue of openness, or one should say permeability, of security discourse for alternative actors, those who come outside of circle of state-centric elites. According to Foucault's discursive order, specialized discourses such as security or health discourse are not available to everyone. Namely, the order of discourse has its own rules of selection and a rarefaction of the speech subject. So, simply said, the field of specialized discourses is exclusive and can only be entered if the necessary qualifications are met. Each discursive area has its own criteria. For example, literary discourse presupposes the literary establishment of participants in the form of, status of writer or critics, while health discourse from its bearers requires education in the field of medicine. However, one should bear in mind that this theoretical model was developed in the period dominated by print and electronic media, and that is primarily focused on explaining zeitgeist preceding upswing of digital technology. As such, Foucault's model more looks to the past than it seeks to anticipate impending changes in the communication patterns. Radio and television could only give a vague hint in the direction of the digital revolution that will lead to expansion of so-called social media networks and the emergence of a new form of communication. Dalibor previously mentioned Manuel Castells characterized that as mass self-communication. So one of the most important characteristic of the modern age, which some authors consider to be the age of post-truth, is reflected in the fact that production of the news and opinions has become, as Harsin said, Hydra with many heads. For every newspaper that dies, 2,000 new blogs, Facebook and Twitter feeds are born. So, or whereby specialized discourses, such as security one, lose their exclusivity and become significantly more inclusive for not traditional carriers. So instead of rarefaction, we now have coagulation of speech actors, their enormous multiplication. The second precondition, securitizing cacophony, is direct consequence of this phenomenon. The increase in number of bearers of discourse leads to its atomization, the possibility of appearance of opposing competitive narratives, which result in the appearance of disharmonious polyphony or the cacophony. Securitizing cacophony can therefore be defined as a presence of multitude asynchronous voices that deafen or delegitimize traditional bearers of discourse. In the field of health and security, for example, securitizing cacophony could be defined as plurality of uncoordinated pseudo-professional voices aimed at delegitimize official authorities, primarily expert and government officials in the role of legitimate security providers. It is important to emphasize that in the case of horizontal or hashtag securitization, distrust of the state as securitizing actor often takes the dimension of open antagonism, and the political elites most often perceived as a part of security threat, even sometimes as a threat itself. We saw that during the pandemic. Since securitizing cacophony results in dethronement of expert elites from the pedestal of truth arbiters, its effect cannot be limited exclusively to the virtual space of social media and networks. Anti-vaccine protest against the migrants, movements, so-called people patrols, and Leviathan activities, all of that, no matter to the previous story and conversation, began on internet and then spill over into reality, or being hijacked or being used by the government, but they all started actually on internet. Leviathan started as a group who was fighting for the freedom and how shall I say, safety, welfare of animals. Yeah. So that was the beginning. And later on, now we have Pavel Bihali's stormtrooper for the Vučić regime. So by undermining public trust in the ruling elites, this hashtag securitizer actually spilled revolt over various political and security questions into real material world, thus becoming a new social factor that influenced social political events and their dynamics. An example of the public resistance of citizens we saw in Serbia during the pandemic, but also in Germany, in England, in other European cities. Of course, I'm talking about resistance to security measures intended to suppress the pandemic, which occurred after the end of the first pandemic wave. That was typical manifestation of social political effects of securitizing cacophony. I will just remind you on Dr. Nestorović and his the funniest virus, etc., etc. And we had lots of people telling lots of things, and people was confused in the end. I'm not going now in the direction who was right and who was wrong, but too many people talking too many nonsense and no much logic around. Phil Collins explained it everything. I shouldn't thought. Actually, I should just quote him. So, securitizing cacophony is key precondition that open the doors of the specialist discourses, security and health, for example, for those former discursive outsiders. For example, Jovana Stojković, Mija Alečković, Pavle Bihali, allowing them to change the rules of the game and claim the right to take scepter and prerogatives of securitization. This transition takes place mostly in the virtual world of digital technologies, filled with the large number of speech subjects, filled with noise of illocutionary polyphony and contradictory messages. The traditional securitizing authority of the state and expert elites is there overthrown, and state experience its own downfall right now, which weakens its ability to control events in a real environment. At the end, regardless of described changes, we need the order of discourse. Foucault's famous observation about how history teaches us that discourse is a power that needs to be conquered all over again, it's still valid. It's actually it is in this remark that the recipe for successful fight against the current hashtag securitization trend is hidden. So maybe this could sound a little bit controversial or unpopular, but power to the people, it's not always the good thing, especially when we are talking about digital sphere and social networking. So that's my point. Thank you. Okay, and those are 3 case studies that I will involve, and I will try to implement this theoretical framework on anti-vax movement, anti-migrants movement, and conspiracy theories in Serbia. I would like the participants in the audience to pose a few questions and discuss Vladimir's presentation now. Thank you. Okay, I can, okay, Stefan, you can start, yeah?
Because the people
Może? Super. Thank Thank you, Vladimir. Also a very interesting paper, hashtag securitization. That's a question that came up in my mind already in previous presentations, because we look at the case of Serbia, but various things are embedded in transnational or international networks and structures. So I was wondering, what importance do you attribute to these? In previous papers, I think we could have talked about transnational or international networks in terms of people and technology, because it's not a container, Serbia. So and the same applies to the discourses, maybe your case studies, because if you look at the anti-vax movement or anti-migration movement or conspiracy theories, this is a discourse that is globally available. So I'm wondering what so conceptually how to integrate that in the way it is presented. I think in your paper more in terms of discourses or securitization processes, are they amplified, and how does this amplification works? Because we have similar discourses probably in every European country or in North America or wherever. So yeah, that's a question I have.
Thank you, Stefan. Actually, I was thinking globally and working locally. So I already wrote a paper about COVID pandemic and hashtag securitization in that period. And actually, I have that case study which includes Serbia and what happens in Serbia in that period. And it was actually great. You know, there is some very empirical facts that you can use to actually prove that this theoretical concept works. First of all, we had illusionary or securitization cacophony here at the beginning of cacophony, or at the beginning of pandemic, because, you know, representatives of the government, representatives of medical elites, they were practically yelling on the television, on the internet, different interpretation of what's going on. They were giving contradictory inputs to the people how to respond. So we had, I think Irina actually wrote very good paper. She didn't frame it like I am, but she was writing about all these disinformation and strategy which were used to confuse people, because even the government didn't know what to do. So that was the, how shall I say, perfect case study. The harder part is to put for in work anti-migrants movement, which also is very active online and has this form of hashtag securitization, because all these facilitating conditions, they actually fit in. So I think that this theoretical framework can work everywhere in Europe, but also can very well be used to explain some things which are going on in Serbia. But considering everything we are talking about, in Serbia situation is much complex. I think when we talk about that in Berlin, for example, and people who were involved in the anti-mask or anti-vaccine protest, I think that situation is much more simple. In Serbia, okay, political elites, there is opportunity, we're gonna jump in, we're gonna hijack that also. So that is the problematic thing, and that's why I think this kind of paper, in the interaction with the other papers, can actually contribute to holistic understanding of what's going on. Okay. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you for the presentation, and maybe we should continue where you stopped your presentation when you said controversial thing, and you said that is a controversial, that power to the people is not something that is always good, especially in the digital space. Yes. And then what is an alternative for that? So what we should do in order to understand what is happening in digital space, because digital space is by default space where you always will have a type of cacophony. So you have many speakers that are allowed to speak and that they can speak whatever they want to speak. But the main question is, why are these characters that you put emphasis on, like Nestorović and others, why are they in the position to be creators of main, you know, ideas or main discussion points of the internet? So what are the processes that what are the previous processes that had the result in putting these figures in front of all of cacophoniers in the internet? So what is your suggestion? What is to do? Do you think that it should be some kind of regulation there, or some other fight against spreading of conspiracy theories, or some other discourses that are now dominant or prevailing at the internet?
Thank you, Dalibor. Actually, you caught me in very difficult position because it's not so hard question. It's a matter of what I believe in, and the fact that as a politicologist, I believe strongly in the reason that in some sense, in some situation. On the other hand, I am totally for Stuart Mill that you have a right to say everything that you want, even if I disagree. But here we have something else. This is not only narrative. This is not only discourse. This is actually, you know, Buzan and Weber, they described vertical securitization. Okay, state is the one who can do that because have monopoly of power, unlimited access to the media. End of story. But now we have different situation. We have me, you, Aleksandra, for example, starting this horizontal securitization. It's not about Mia Alečković or Pavle Bihali or anyone. They're just spirituous movements, you know. They can feel what's going on and then try to use that. But they don't create that. They contribute. We create that. And we have maybe, I don't know, 200, 300 people, 3,000 people wants to believe in some conspiracy theory. And suddenly, if they don't want, in a critical situation like pandemic, for example, don't want to follow the medical prescribed measures to, you know, contain the pandemic, they have the problem. They have means to enforce some sort of securitization measure, but don't want to be, I don't know, vaccinated, wear the mask, or everything else, you know, that we had. I don't say that this was by the state something that they did well. You know, they contribute to the chaos enormously. But still, you know, Variola Vera, a few decades ago, just imagine they had internet back then. What will happen? So that is problem for me.
Pretty much everything will be the same as it was. And that is my point. We have to think about context, and context is totally different.
Yes.
So it's not about technology, just not to be techno-deterministic. That is my point.
Yes, definitely. But this is nothing. Have nothing with techno-determinism. This is something which actually had. How shall I say, and not to be rude, is concerned characters and intellectual capabilities, and also it concerns institutions. This kind of securitization undermines the system, and it's a reversed castle. You know, he said that, you know, social space, Facebook, networks, etc., can contribute to democracy. You know, voice of the people finally can be again heard from the period of Atinagora. Every single one of us. But every single one of us doesn't want democracy. They want maybe some different things. So I'm pretty afraid of what I saw and still seeing on the social networks. That's it.
There is
there any more candidates for you want to ask? Yeah, you can. No, you go first. I'll close. And then after me, we can have a coffee break of some 20 minutes to keep in the schedule, just to freshen up a bit.
Yeah, I mean,
Here we go again.
hello. Yeah, I mean, maybe very good example for this is the entire QAnon thing.
Yes.
You know, I mean,
You
before.
see the ox in the White House?
Yes, yeah. I mean, before 20 years, like a bunch of people saying that Hillary Clinton has a child torture pedophile ring established in a pizzeria, with no one would fall for that actually. And now we are talking about those people organizing themselves and having like real physical consequences in the end. I mean, there was a guy, attacking this pizzeria in full armor and weapons and everything. So this is like definitely something that is different
You had
from
bomb
back
attack
then.
in
Yeah,
Nashville.
yeah, in Nashville as well. Yeah, I mean, 20 years ago, no one would believe that this is actually possible, that this happens one day. And I mean, still another good example for this is, I mean, this is a little bit more ridiculous, but and didn't have like real consequences. But maybe you heard about this "birds aren't real" thing, and which started as a joke in Argentine, like that birds are in fact little robots with surveillance cameras, like surveilling us, the citizens. But it spread around the globe, and actually people in Germany started to believe that. And they were like, completely conspiracy theory scene was exploding. It's like, yeah, birds aren't real. And I mean, it sounds like absolutely ludicrous, but it's having effects, and we have to address such absolute weird topics right now. And I think this is like the power of people trying to push such an agenda and such a narrative somewhere in the internet. This can definitely undermine our democracy.
Online attacks towards journalists in real life, making them physical space for real. It's even more evident.
Yeah.
Yeah, my comment is that your subject far exceeds the case of Serbia. This is perhaps the most important threat to democracy as it has been conceived up until this point. The fact that the filters that made sure that democracy as understood prior to internet function are no longer existent, or at least they have huge competition, as you have described. So the state doesn't have the monopoly of determining what can democratically be discussed. Now the difference is that anybody can put up a discussion, and of course we all see this and we all live this, but the big $1 million question is what to do about it. The problem is that, in my opinion, the Western states, which still market themselves as the carriers of liberal democracy, are starting to implement Chinese methods, and very openly. And it's before it was masked in a discourse of necessity and stuff. But since COVID, they have like most governments have even given up on trying to market their methods as anything like democratic. The most shocking part for me was the truckers in Canada who wanted to protest the vaccination, and of course not getting into that very complex issue of yes, but in essence it was a movement of people who, for this reason or other, did not want to get a vaccine, but were very their life was very hardened by this because they couldn't travel to the US or between different Canadian provinces. Started the protests, and the answer of the Canadian government was very shocking, regardless of who was on the other side, to basically brand them all as terrorists, threatening the state, and freezing their private accounts. So basically this was a very undemocratic move in any sense of the term. Now, if we bring it back to our situation, the government here, or I guess even the broader political culture here, was never even strong enough to develop a system of checks and balances that would prevent such things from happening. And then what is the message to hybrid regimes such as the Serbian if this is being done in supposedly long-standing democratic states? So I think that this is a very important debate that you touched upon. My only answer, which of course is not $1 million worthy answer, but I think that what needs to happen is that the people who are in charge need to realize that the only visible solution to this, although long-term, is to educate people on what public debate is. Unfortunately, 95% of people who participate actively in the public debate via internet, or in the Serbian case, even via national broadcasting channels, do not even know how to comprehend not only the responsibility, but the concept of what they're participating in. So I guess programs in schools that would teach children what being a citizen really is a starting point. It will take a long time, but I'm sure that it's a good starting point. So educating people from the very early age what it means to be a citizen and what it means to be a citizen online. So just my short
I
contribution.
will just say this in Serbian. A sad putu igumane, pred tobom su kilometri I kilometri. It's a difficult job. Really.
Yes, yeah, go.
Because we are working like in this project at our university on online disinformation, cybersecurity and everything. This is absolutely correct what you said, and I mean, bringing it back to Europe, for example, the example with the truckers and everything in Canada, you have the same or similar thing going on with the new Digital Services Act by the European Union. You know, it's like this, overprotective state in somehow, and you can really criticize it because who defines in the end what is disinformation, what is not true? And actually the Digital Services Act, how it is right now contemplated, is like, yeah, okay, the European Commission is defining what is disinformation. Come on. This is dangerous. I mean, and we have to talk about it. I'm not against having more, oversight and having also filters and so on. But it starts from the citizens. That's absolutely my point, This has to be better education in the schools. What is it to be a citizen and what is freedom of expression, what is it not, But not like, okay, we are defining what it is and what's not, and then you have to accept it. This is definitely the wrong way, in my opinion. You're right.
I think, okay, Miša?
Just briefly. Then I have to react and defend poor people from our elitistic colleagues trying to ruin what remained of the power of the people. I'm joking a little bit, but actually to point out just the problem which we are seeing here, but generally again, to add it. What do we have is that I think that everything that's going on is showing that it's radical decreasing of the trust into the government generally, into their will to educate and to really provide public, because we are living in Serbia, but also in Australia, with Trudeau's government, everywhere around. And add to that, there are companies, we all forget that there are big tech corporations which are having, even speaking about the cyberspace, they are having much bigger role and prerogatives than even the governments in many cases, and the whole those things actually that they are abusing judiciary power in the sense that they are traditionally, I have to remind you, actually there was only a judiciary capable or having legitimacy really to reduce your power of speech. Today, not only it's artificial intelligence is doing that and so on. So when you put everything together, there is more and more reason for the ordinary people not to trust to the government, big tech, and anybody who is having, So of course, it's bringing mess around, and instead of all of us trying to really fight for, let me say, asking from the government to give us more education, to try all of us to have more control over the cyberspace against the media. cyber big techs, we are having the problem that they are coordinating more reasons for distrust of the ordinary people, and then people are simply searching around, trying to get whatever they can and express their dissatisfaction and trying to find something else and so on. And just to remind you, going back, I'm finishing with that, with the institutional issue, we had a very clear problem here on, you remember, on after the, just briefly for people who are outside, we had the first lockdown for 3 months lasting, and after that it was abolished. I mean, it was on the pretext or on constitutional basis that we introduced the state of emergency legally and so on. After that, we have some I don't know, couple of months who were more than free. And after that, when there was a kind of indication that there is another wave of COVID problems coming, president of this country and somebody who abused all the prerogatives here came out into the media and said, okay, we are cutting out all, we are starting with the new lockdown without changing the law, introducing state of emergency, so on. And then people came out, mostly due to organization through internet and so on. And thank God, the power of the people really prevented him of abusing the already dictatorial power, suspending the basic freedoms and so on. So in that sense, with all the problems that we are having, still this is internet in a way is the last resort of the people that, you know, with all the problems, and I completely agree with you, so many security problems that illegitimate and problematic behaving within the internet sphere, also very often, as we saw, pursued by the country and the government and the secret services as well. But still, this is the last resource, and I would strongly fight to prevent further taking away the power of the people and the freedom of the speech and so on. Sorry.
Thank you, Miša. And with that, I think we earned a 15 to 20 minute coffee break. Well done for the first part. And okay, see you here then at 13:05, let's say. Okay. So we continue with the second session of our discussion today. Now I have the honor of introducing Aleksandra KRSTIĆ from the Faculty of Political Sciences and our colleague here from the Institute of European Studies, Irina MILUTINOvić. They will do a combined presentation, and Aleksandra will go first. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Jovica. Thank you so much for inviting me, inviting us to be the part of this project. Irina, I hope you're on Zoom. Irina is the leading author of this paper, and we agreed that the first couple of slides that I will present, and then she will continue, so that we have that we are both in this. So okay, this is our presentation. So as you may have seen our article that we have sent a couple of weeks ago. So we have actually written about the very actual and relevant problem of countering disinformation in Serbia in relation to the European broader context. And we wanted to see if there are any kind of comparisons between Serbia and the EU in regarding the countering disinformation. So we put a lot of efforts to see what's there, how disinformation is defined, who is defining it. Lucas pointed one very important question just at the end of the previous panel, that who is to define the disinformation? Is it the European Commission, and why? So you will see throughout our article that we will not go through very deeply, but only in the most important things. So we have found that there is a mess in literature, academic literature, and expert analysis regarding the definition of disinformation. For example, the EU Commission and its specific Stratcom task force, which is within the EU diplomatic service, they both define disinformation from the perspective of intentional or deliberate production of false and misleading information that have the main aim to deceive the public. And that is the most important that you have to know about the definition about disinformation, which is up there in the literature. And most authors follow those definitions. Disinformation is differed from misinformation, from hate speech, from propaganda, from different kinds of words that you will find in our article. We will not pay attention now to those. The Center for Countering Digital Hate also says that it's deliberate spread of false information to deceive, manipulate people. So most definitions are focused on this kind of the deliberate production of false information and the final intention of manipulation of people, public opinion, etc. So in the context of this European framework for countering disinformation, because a lot of governments and non-governmental players and media, etc., they have actually recognized that it's important to fight disinformation because of their negative effects and harmful effects. And I would say that according to some of those definitions, disinformation is not illegal, but it's harmful. So it's the main thing that is there regarding the disinformation. So regarding the regulatory and, of course, the other non-legislative initiatives, our article had two objectives. First, we wanted to present the most successful mechanisms to countering disinformation that are existent in the European Union framework. And the other one was to map the challenges and the obstacles for the countering disinformation and to having one effective national strategy on the national level of Serbia, and to based on the European Union model, and you will see why we lack that. So we approached this topic from the, we don't see the presentation because it's the second slide, if you can. So it's the second. I talked about this, so it's okay. That one, yes. So we approached this from the multi-dimensional approach. So we wanted to express that there are different policies on the national and EU level to tackle disinformation, especially in times of elections, which are according to many authors, very limited and controversial. And there is a lack of mechanism, recognized lack of mechanism that would be able to capture the actual extent of disinformation. And some authors are very critical towards the European Union approach, that many European Union states still perceive a kind of a moderate impact of disinformation in their countries, while in the UK or in the USA, citizens feel more exposed to online disinformation. So in regards to on the other side, we have to think about how to approach disinformation and how governments and other non-governmental bodies are tackling disinformation in regards to freedom of expression. So there you have two different, kako se kaže, dva različita pola. Two different sides, like how to regulate disinformation and how to counter disinformation while respecting the freedom of expression and not going there. So, for example, you know that there are very important big players like the owner of X, who is an absolute propagator of the freedom of expression, and the other side is how to tackle this and how to counter disinformation and not actually go into the aspect of privatization, privatni domen ličnosti.
In the private sphere of the person.
Yeah, or the other thing. So many countries have actually incorporated in their legal systems the laws against defamation, hate speech, which have been designed to limit harmful and already existent and dangerous verbal acts which are there in public communication. And one of the most important bodies on the EU level is the EU high-level group on disinformation, which actually recommends different tools and have set different tools to tackle disinformation based on the transparency of online news, based on, for example, some kind of tools that are there to demonetization of the so-called online news and players who are distributing disinformation, or more investing in diversity of media ecosystems, etc. So some governments have established their task forces which are dedicated to combating disinformation, and they have the cross-border cooperation and the cooperation with fact-checking organizations on the national level to tackle disinformation. And regarding, for example, accurate reporting, investment in fact-checking organizations or media outlets that are being trained to recognize what is disinformation, etc. We are not using the term fake news because it's disregarded in the academic literature as not relevant and not accurate. Okay, so there are a majority of authors that we have incorporated in this article that actually highlight the importance of the balance between the measures that are being taken to tackle disinformation and the right to freely express opinions in regard to definitions of the hate speech online or other misinformation or other things that are there. So, for example, authors that we found have said that the European fundamental rights law has a double-edged role, meaning that government's regulation and disinformation may represent a danger to exercise the freedom of expression. So this kind of challenge has been addressed in our article, and of course they argue that the problematize the EU approach, which the disinformation is not, as I already said, not illegal but harmful, and what can be done there. So the European Union has actually, we can go to the other slide. Oh, I have it. Oh no, I'm going back. So European regulatory framework is very rich, and we can see that in the past couple of years they have actually adopted a lot of codes, a lot of action plans, the whole package regarding Digital Service Act, Digital Media Act, Digital Markets Act, and the latest European Media Freedom Act proposal. So the EU has been working a lot on regulating and countering disinformation in this field, proposing a code of good practice or through democracy action plan, etc. I will not go further during this presentation, but in the past 4 to 5 years, and especially the last year, you can see that there are a very thorough, a lot of efforts put by the European Commission and the European Union institutions to counter disinformation in their field. So now I would give floor to Irina, that she can present the actually results from the research and focusing more on Serbia regarding the topic of disinformation.
Hello.
Čujemo te, Irina, slobodno.
Thank you, Aleksandra. Best EU practices on countering disinformation. After that, I will summarize the main characteristics of Serbian approach to disinformation issues and will finish the presentation with concluding comparisons. For this part of the research, the recent reports of the Media Pluralism Monitor project were used. The project is implemented by the Center for Media Pluralism and Freedom of the European University Institute, and my colleague Aleksandra and I, as well as Jovica, participated in this project. We can see now the fifth slide. Following the last MPM report, out of 32 countries under the study, the efficient protection against disinformation affected a low-risk score only in 5 countries: Germany, Lithuania, Finland, France, and Sweden. On this slide, we can see these countries with their risk scores and the main features of their approach. What is common for all these countries is a strong state support to many different initiatives that have been launched to counter disinformation through fact-checking and monitoring projects. Also, even more educational actions are taken towards different social groups. For this purpose, a significant number of stakeholders in academia and science, as well as national security and cybersecurity units, are involved in short-term media education and civic resilience actions. And despite this success, excuse me, can you hear me?
Možemo, sve vrijeme.
Despite this success, the fear of disinformation is growing in these best assessed countries. The main threats are recognizing in the large digital platforms. Also, although these measures currently reduce the risks of propaganda and disinformation, they increase concerns about possible censorship. For example, France registered a slight decline in internet freedom during last year. Please, next slide. Thank you. When it comes to Serbia, disinformation campaigns were significantly increased with the start of the COVID-19 pandemic. The last MPM report rated the protection against disinformation in Serbia as very poor by scoring this sub-indicator with high risk of 83%. Some of the main reasons for this assessment is the lack of a comprehensive regulatory framework aiming to counter disinformation, but the main obstacle is the lack of political will to promote efficient action. Contemporary Serbian media system has been characterized as hybrid or captured, with very high risks for political independence of media. Many relevant sources in recent years highlight the increase in media dependence on the ruling political structure and to the deterioration of journalism quality in Serbia. They view that most disinformation in Serbia, and this is very important, is produced and spread by domestic actors and mainly serve internal goals of the political regime, especially regarding elections and political opponents discrediting. This information has often been disseminated top-down from powerful political actors through state-sponsored and pro-regime media outlets, and in return, these media get regularly rewarded by the state aid, even though they often violate ethical and professional standards and frequently spread disinformation. The fight against disinformation is usually reduced to initiatives by individual media, fact-checkers, and local civil society organizations with any institutional approach or state support. The next, please. Thank you. And this graph shows the percentages that indicate the degree of risks in the selected countries according to the following indicators: the protection against disinformation, protection of freedom of speech, political independence of the media, and media literacy. We can see that low and medium levels of political control of the media were registered in the analyzed countries, in the EU analyzed countries. In all of them, there is an adequate regulatory framework governing the protection of freedom of speech associated with low risks, and highly developed or satisfactory media literacy policies are represented as well. None of the observed countries, except for Serbia, is in the high-risk zone according to these indicators. The Republic of Serbia, we can see that as well, on the other hand, scores a medium risk in the protection of freedom of speech, but a rather high risks when it comes to the political independence of the media and the media literacy of citizens. The last annual report of the European Commission rated the freedom of expression and media as the worst sub-area of Chapter 23 and linked the problems in this area with weaknesses of the electoral process. Please next now. Thank you. So, there are no rigid regulatory prohibitions that threaten freedom of speech in the most successful European disinformation combat policies. These 5 countries mostly have not yet adopted specialized laws for countering disinformation by transposing the new EU Digital Act package. Yet, comprehensive and up-to-date practical policies for protection against disinfodemic are evident in the presented models. We can see that main actors of disinformation suppression are states and NGOs. States act in 2 directions: through financial support for independent fact-checking organizations and by legally obliging giant platforms to implement the system of co-regulation. The non-governmental sector is the carrier of professional fact-checking projects, while the academic community supports these initiatives through research and pedagogy. The role of political independent media is recognized both in society and in politics. Since the initiative to enact the DCH package is based on the Lisbon Treaty, both laws will have direct applicability in the EU member states. But 2 substantial differential characteristics of the Serbian media landscape compared to the presented European models are the high political dependence of the media sector and the low media literacy of citizens. The current initiatives are not sufficient to deal with the problem of disinformation. Local civil society and fact-checking community have been making valuable but insufficient efforts. The state institutions do not finance projects on the disinformation monitoring, nor the research of media ecosystem at large. And I'm nearing the ending of my conclusion. Unlike the EU member states, Serbia has no obligation to transpose the EU digital media laws into the national regulatory framework. The current practice of harmonization does not inspire much confidence. This claim stems partly from the recent experience of applying the media strategy, the document that includes measures to conduct media system reform in a democratic manner. However, 2 proposed draft laws that the government launched in October this year do not contain any provisions on countering disinformation. Moreover, they are non-aligned with the previously agreed media strategy and are assessed as a regressive step with wide-ranging implications to media freedom and pluralism in Serbia. Therefore, and it is our conclusion in this paper, it is hard to believe that the current political regime in Serbia will lead a fight that would deprive it of the privilege to regularly promote its agenda through most media in the country, even if they use disinformation as a tool. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Irina. Thank you, Aleksandra. I would like to open the floor to the chapter writers and to other participants to pose questions and make comments. Okay, we have Dalibor.
Is it okay now? Okay. Thank you for the presentation, and I had the opportunity also to read the paper, and that was really helpful in following your work, and I think that you prepared good paper, but it would be better if we have been living in Finland or somewhere else, and then this whole concept would be more suitable. I have problem with that fighting with disinformation in Serbia, and how that will be, how accepting the framework for Europe will improve situation here. I think that that will not be possible, and you maybe should, in that last part of the paper, go to some of the reason why that would not happen, because you say, for example, the main obstacle for combating disinformation in Serbia is a lack of political will to promote efficient action. So, first of all, a regime here is the main producer of disinformation, not that they not have a will. They are producer, and we have several documents, research reports that state that. So maybe you should answer in that last part more analytically, why is that? Why the government is the main obstacle? Just to see what should we, or what shall be done with that. What shall we do with that? And you say also publicly influential actors and politicians often publish inaccurate and unverified information on social media. You put all them in the same basket, which also I think that it would be analytically better to divide who are these politicians, and to maybe devote some space to tabloids that are connected, are funded by the government, and that also will be useful for analytical purposes. And the main question, as Lucas says, and that was also my association, who is defining what is disinformation? Maybe that is a hard question for that, but maybe just to define who are the main sources, because you are talking about disinformation as some general phenomenon, but for us it would be maybe more illustrative just to say who are the sources and what type of disinformation we are fighting for. Because it's a really complicated question, and I can broaden that, but okay, that is just a suggestion, and you can comment if you want that.
Thank you very much for your comments. Very valuable comments. We will incorporate them. I'm sure Irina agrees in our article that at the end we should put why this won't work in Serbia's circumstances, or who are the main spreaders of disinformation in our context. And yes, the regime is the main producer of disinformation. You're right. We should maybe point out the main actors and to go in there. I would have to mention also that in our article we put some legislative framework that actually recognize the countering disinformation, I don't know, in the law of electronic media or the code of conduct of journalists, but it's not specifically the disinformation problem, but, you know, journalists should be able to write freely, accurately, etc., etc. So it's more about the truth than the lie, or information than disinformation. And I would also like to point out the declarative intention of our government regarding our Prime Minister's speech 3 years ago now, and the beginning of her second office in 2020, when she was talking in front of the parliament. Do you hear me? Oh, maybe I'm too loud, sorry. So when she said in this introductory speech that the government will foster disinformation, and especially disinformation regarding the organized crime in Serbia, because it was more pushing towards, you know, fighting disinformation against those newspapers or outlets who are, you know, fueling the talk about the organized crime. So in this kind of context, she only declaratively said in this introductory speech that the regime would go more into this, and that the government would fight the disinformation and fake news and everything what is coming from different sources by, I'm now quoting because I know it's in my latest article for Vreme Weekly, she said, and we are going to do that by exposing public to this, by giving them true, accurate, and true information about what the organized crime is. So now if we know the context that the government is communicating towards the pro-regime tabloids and, you know, television with national frequencies under their control, then you will say that there are a lot of antagonisms right there. So maybe we should put this kind of this in the article as well. So I would not go further if Irina also has something to say, but thank you for your comments. They're very useful for us.
Irina, you have the word now.
May I now? May I now? Čujemo li se? Čujemo li se? Ja čujem samo sebe. Ja čujem samo sebe.
Tehniku.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Sad je ok. Da li nas čuješ? Možeš da govoriš?
Sada vas čujem. Da, da. Dakle, Dalibor, thank you. You have very useful comments for us, and I agree completely with Aleksandra, but I want to add something. The point I wanted to highlight at the end of our presentation was that there is no way to introduce measures for free and plural media environment in Serbia while the ruling regime is unchanged. In this context, the fight against disinformation in Serbia is an illusion. Why? Because this competitive authoritarian regime is established and lasts thanks to its hegemony in the public sphere. And it is the reason why they don't want to launch the fight against disinformation, and it is the reason why they don't want to introduce best European practice and regulation in Serbia. Simply, they will not deprive themselves of the privilege to control most media in the country, as it is one of main pillars of their survival in power.
Okay, thank you, Irina. Stefan, then Lucas.
So now it's working instantly. Very good. Irina and Aleksandra, many thanks as well. Also, that was also a fantastic paper to read. I have 3 comments or questions. I think one is a comment. For me as a reader, of the reading the paper. On pages 8 and 9, you talk about the 5 different countries you look at. And for me, this appeared like a taxonomy of what they do well and what is not working so well. Maybe a table would be good here with the main elements of what are good practices in terms of online regulation and what are problems from an analytical perspective. I think this would be very helpful, and then to study these different countries. But my 2 questions are, the one is on Europeanization, because you talk a lot about the European regulatory framework, which is an EU regulatory framework, but then you disaggregate and you look at 5 countries. And I was wondering whether you would actually have to do both, like Europeanization literature is telling us. If the regulatory framework is EU-wide, there might be there's some space of maneuvering for the member states in how they translate this into domestic national law, etc. But is it possible to say that there's a Europeanized framework of regulation? There are so many, and you started the article, the chapter, by talking about this European framework, but then it kind of disappears and you disaggregate to the member state level. So maybe both can be included, also in the graph that you present in the end of the paper. And my second comment is on, and I was a bit confused reading this. I can see the political aspects, whether it's political will or it's by design. Why it looks why the situation in Serbia is as it is, but you mention EU accession. And then you say, that's in the very end of the paper, you say that Serbia has no obligation to transpose the EU media laws into the national framework, Serbian. As a candidate country, it has an obligation to harmonize its legal frameworks in the media sphere. However, the practice, so actually, at least if you're not into the case study, you would expect that accession requires, at a certain point of time, to translate the EU regulatory framework into national law. So it's kind of contradictory with what you write here, because you say that, well, there's no obligation, but then there is the accession process, which demands, at least in theory, that things are transposed in the acquis communautaire gets transposed into national law. So I was wondering, maybe you can write one more paragraph about how resistance against translating the EU regulatory framework into Serbian national law works, how the dynamics here. So I think that would be interesting as well. But thank you very much. I enjoyed very much reading the paper.
Much for your great comments. Thanks. Irina, are you going to go first with this? Then I also have some comments. So yeah.
Yes. Thank you very much for these comments. Well, I want to highlight that very few EU states have a comprehensive regulatory framework or national strategy against disinformation. But the new digital media laws that European Commission introduced last year were designed as a regulatory support for the concept of trustworthy media system. And for now, member states have not completely transposed them into the national regulations since it is a multi-phased process. But they are obliged to do that and by the Lisbon Treaty, and it will, the new laws, European laws from previous year, digital media laws package will be introduced into the national regulations in the EU member states. And it is a multi-phased process, and we will be able to discuss the effects of these laws on the media ecosystems in the European Union when they start to produce results. But Serbia is in a quite different position, because Serbia is not a member state of the European Union, so Serbia is obliged to harmonize media regulation, but harmonization is a long-term process. So Serbia is not signatory of the Lisbon Treaty, and new media laws, unfortunately, will not transpose new European media laws, unfortunately, will not directly transpose into the Serbian media regulation.
Mogu? Thank you. Thank you, Irina. And I would just add that maybe we should add the new package of media laws that are being discussed right now at the end of the article, or at least the part where we are discussing the Serbian context, because both laws lack this kind of disinformation strategies. I agree, it's a bit confusing when we talk about the European Union regulatory framework and then we focus on 5 specific countries because we wanted to present the most effective measures and the most effective examples of protecting against the protection against disinformation in those developed democracies in Europe, but in a chapter before that we are explaining what's on the EU level there. So what's on the EU level, it's like kind of a main framework, but the national states are free to have their legislations regarding the countering of disinformation. So that was our intention. So maybe we should, you're right, focus more on this European Union side. And I would agree that, yes, we need a table when we discuss on the pages 8 and 9. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay, we go to Lucas now.
It becomes a classic, I mean, with the microphone.
I think it's working now.
Yeah, thank you very much for the very interesting paper and presentation. And I just want to add that I really appreciate that you said it's not a flaw in the design in Serbia to fight against disinformation. It is designed on purpose to be that way, because in recent years, okay, right now things are a little bit of changing, but when you read like academic articles about Serbia and how reforms are taking place and so on, very often it was described as, yeah, you know, it's just clumsy and they maybe don't know how to do this and so on, but it's really, and it's also my opinion, important to emphasize that this and the way things are done here are on purpose. The way they are, it's designed to be that way. And I would like to thank you very much to stress that. That was really great, because it is like that. Another comment I found very important is that Germany is like so secure against disinformation, because I mean, I agree. On the other side, a pretty huge problem which Germany has, which is maybe not that known, is that we have right now quite of a mushrooming of institutions in the fight against disinformation. So it is becoming very, very incomprehensible which kind of institution and which kind of agency is fighting against what, because we have like tremendous many of them, you know. This is maybe just to add on this number you gave, that Germany is not so vulnerable because of the good legal framework, but we have another problem, and this is this mushrooming of institutions with same and overlapping competences. So maybe just, yeah.
Reply, comment? No? Okay. Irina, do you want to reply to the comment, maybe?
I just to find some, excuse me, because I do not know more about situation in Germany. only what I saw at the MPM report for Germany. And the colleagues from Germany wrote in their report that their approach is based on a plenty initiatives and a clear distribution of roles between media bodies of the state government with the participation of numerous independent stakeholders. And they said that they are responsible for recognizing, monitoring, and suppressing disinformation. In addition to standard fact-checking organization and public media that implement various programs against disinformation, scientists make a significant contribution by their research, and artificial intelligence is also in use. And this is what scientists for Germany claim. And I believe this. I'm not able to comment or to comment more their attitude.
Okay, thank you. Nebojša also had a question or a comment.
I haven't read the paper, so I can offer some comments on the basis of the presentation, so I apologize in advance if I missed something. It could be that parts of your argument actually depend on the selection of cases. It immediately springs to my mind because I'm a comparativist. And you selected several cases from the EU and then Serbia obviously outside the EU. And if you look at the data, clearly there is some variation among the EU states when it comes to these several indicators. And then when you compare them to Serbia, there is a high contrast, right? In Serbia, all indicators show very high values, right? 70–80%. And obviously you could think of a source of this, and you discussed EU regulatory framework, very elaborated, implemented to a large extent, and then obviously Serbia is outside the EU, so it doesn't even have to, at this point, implement it. But there may be some other factors actually lurking behind this argument that are not explicit, and you even mentioned them, at least in passing, under the label of political will. And it's essentially the difference between democracy and authoritarianism, because those cases that you mentioned from the EU, these are democracies and long-standing democracies apart from Lithuania, which is, a post-communist state, but still a very small country, easy to fit in, so it shouldn't be a problem. And then on the other hand, you have Serbia in the last few years, which is not a democracy anymore. But then, if you selected from the EU some other cases, such as Hungary, then you would probably end up with a very similar data. Perhaps strategies are somewhat different from those in Serbia. I would imagine they have more restrictive institutional context, regulatory framework than Serbia these days, because this is how Orban's regime functions, but ultimately it's probably similar sort of values. So it would be useful to explicitly mention this variable of regime type when you discuss this. And then the second comment relates partly also to this issue, but from a different angle. When you discuss regulatory frameworks, obviously you would expect implementation in those democracies with a tradition of the rule of law. Not all democracies can do this well, right? But when it comes to authoritarian regimes, very few of those would be based on rules. But when you come to authoritarian regimes which are based on specific leaders, highly personalist, arbitrary rule, then you wouldn't expect that any substantial change in the regulatory framework would matter much. And we've had quite a lot of discussion about media laws more recently, and I understand why journalists and journalist associations are extremely concerned about what's been proposed by the government. But ultimately, the regimes such as this one, which are highly personalist, arbitrary, they kind of selectively implement the legal framework. Those parts that they like, they do implement, and those that they don't like, they don't implement. So ultimately, not much will change, even if there is a change in the regulatory framework. So just kind of comments. You don't need to comment on them if you don't need to.
I find your comments extremely important. Thank you for coming here to comment on our paper. Yes, the change of regulatory framework, even if we see with the most recent changes in the media laws in Serbia, and regarding, for example, the previous media laws package in 2014, which was really good and in theory, but it was not implemented in practice, was actually dependent on the regime and on the political will, if you want to use this phrase further, to implement the laws, and not only when the truthful or accurate or other information of the public and the working in the public interest is concerned. I'm not sure how I agree that we probably, if we looked at, Irina knows this more better, the results for Hungary and Poland or other countries that are more, similar to Serbia, that we would have then different diagram and to see the different kind of results there. Our intention was to put the 5 most effective and the best examples that are there, and then to see, what Serbia should be looking at. So I would kind of discuss with this Irina further before our final, definitely before we finally submit the chapter to publisher, to look at behind this argument that you have recommended. So thanks.
May I now?
Go ahead.
Thank you, Nebojša, for your comments. Actually, I always agree with your comments. I want to say something about the sample. Well, we selected the best assessed EU countries in countering disinformation simply because they are successful. Other EU countries, other EU member states do not have much success in combating disinformation. Actually, they do not differ much from Serbia in this regard. So we wanted to present the most successful examples and mechanisms. We don't want to present Hungarian or Poland or Bulgarian or Croatian problems, because they have a lot of problems in this sphere that are not much differ from Serbian.
Slađana Ćurčić with another comment question.
Comment, but also maybe a question in the end. First of all, thank you very much for your presentation, both Irina and Aleksandra. I would like to share my experience about how, let's say, ordinary people in Serbia think, what they think, and how they think about disinformation. Recently, I have been the part of an activity called Civic Assembly, organized by Institute for Philosophy and Social Theory and European Partnership for Democracy. Actually, we had a sample of people from Serbia, from different parts from Serbia, 40 people divided into 4 groups to discuss this topic, so disinformation. First day, they discussed it generally, what is disinformation, how they deal with it in their daily lives. Then they defined questions to pose them to experts in this field. Those were Stefan Janjic from Fake News Tragač, is that right? And some more too, but I can't remember those names. The next day, they proposed recommendations for decision makers, and those were representative of Press Council, Savjet za štampu, if it is right, and REM, so Regulatory Body for Electronic Media. Most of them, so my impression is that those people, they are of different age, different education, but they are pretty aware of this problem, and they have those personal strategies to recognize this information, to deal with it. But what I want to say, the most common recommendation that we heard from them is that we should establish some new independent body to regulate this area, to counter disinformation, and so on and so on. And what they also are aware of is that it much depends on political will. So all those their recommendations we classified into 4, let's say, strategies for countering disinformation. The first one is strengthening professional journalism, then regulations, so adopting laws or better laws or better implementation of existing laws. The third one is self-regulation, so obligation of journalists and media professionals to respect all those established standards. And in the end, what Jovica mentioned earlier is investing in media education and literacy, so from early age. So maybe the question would be, what do you think about these, let's say, strategies in the context of Serbia? Where would you put focus on when it comes to those 4 strategies?
It's interesting. Irina, I have already thought about it, so may I go first? So nothing would work. I would just be frank. So what people think about countering disinformation is completely different from what the political regime does. And if you, I'm basing this on my more than 10 years experience as a professor at the Faculty of Political Science, because my field is media and journalism. So it's a great thing that you have done the Civic Assembly project. I'm talking with experts and people, but the new body to counter disinformation would not work. There are no new bodies to counter disinformation, even in the most developed EU states or in the United States or wherever, because this is a bit of an idealistic look of what should be done there. Strengthening professional journalism, yes. Better laws. We already discussed that if we have the best laws and if they are not implemented, then you don't have anything. The self-regulation, self-obligation of journalists to counter disinformation, not to publish fake news or whatever, is simply, it's there, it's ideal, it's there in the code of conduct, in journalistic code of conduct, but if you're working for a pro-tabloid a pro-regime tabloid, and if you're receiving your editor's suggestion, like go there and write this, fake news, or let's have this kind of disinformation published tomorrow because we want to distort something, we want to disturb something, then it does not work. It's too idealistic for me. And for example, what we teach our journalism students is to respect everything that is there, but we cannot influence their decision of when they go out and when they finish and when they graduate from the faculty, what are they are supposed to do. So we have some really, really good, well-respected journalists working in the diversified media outlets, but we also have some really, ex-students who are working in tabloids and that are editors of tabloids, and simply it's that. And investing in media education, yes, you can have thousands of seminars to educate people how to count, how to recognize, how to see if this is something is manipulative or not. But then I would just stress out that the current and ongoing discussion about the artificial intelligence and the new tools that are there, like ChatGPT and other things, that are really disturbing this kind of policy towards countering disinformation is going to be even harder, because we already have students, I don't know about Dalibor or other, but we have students who are using the artificial intelligence tools to cheat and to write and to publish this kind of disinformation and other manipulative content. So I think it's a very big question. I would look things more realistic than what people think and what kind of people. If you went to, I don't know, small villages in Serbia, people don't know if they are being exposed to disinformation or not, and that's the main problem.
To add.
Any further comments on the paper? I would really like to thank you for handing in a really good paper, and for I hope these comments were useful to you in order to make it even better by the time we publish. Excellent.
Thank you.
Okay. And keeping up with the schedule, I am the last speaker for today. I will try to be brief because we also have to use at least 15 minutes to wrap up and see where we go from here in technical terms, in terms of publishing and things like this. So I won't take too much of your time. My general idea was to present the general concept of my paper and to hear your guides and directions in the sense of how I could frame the empirical part of the research to get the most out of the paper. As those of you who have seen the program have witnessed, I want to write a paper on manipulating the digital public sphere in Serbia, but by concentrating particularly on the use of traditional electronic and print media to achieve this goal. Now, why did I choose this very specific and kind of, I would even say, risky way of looking at the subject? Well, just by doing a basic literature review and going through the existing literature, you can see that it's a hot topic now. Digital manipulation and let's say online propaganda is very interesting to write about now, and there's a lot of books written on it, either in how it's done in developed democracies or in authoritarian regimes. But what I always notice is that there's very little overlapping and crossover of discussing how traditional media is used as a tool to set the agenda for the manipulation that goes on in the digital public sphere. Of course, there's a lot of discussion on how what happens in the traditional media flows over to the to the digital public sphere, but it somehow always seems that this is taken for granted, that this information just flows over naturally and then it's discussed. While the thesis that I will try to prove by focusing on the Serbian example is that it doesn't just spill over, the discussion doesn't just spill over from the traditional media into the digital public sphere. It is a guided spillover and a strategic spillover in order to frame the discussion online before it even starts to occur. I also to just elaborate shortly why Serbia is an interesting case, in my opinion, not just, of course, because we live here and it's the subject of our edited volume. I think that Serbia is a really good case study in this sense, because as we discussed when Dalibor gave his presentation, and I find our work to have many overlapping parts, there's the methods and mechanisms that the digital sphere is manipulated in liberal democracies, and there's the way it is done in authoritarian regimes. Both of them have huge advantages, which in a sense make them be, there's less demands for them to be creative. Because let's say in the United States, the state has a sort of semi-direct cooperation with Facebook and big companies, in the sense that if information is being spread, they can call Zuckerberg to the Senate, he can be directly accountable, and then, of course, in that way influence the type of information and the type of algorithms that will be put in place to spread the narrative and the discourse that is being spread. I'm not saying that this is being misused, or I'm not identifying the extent to which such a strategy is misused. I'm just saying that the tool is there, readily available. So the state itself has direct or semi-direct influence on the very system that spreads online information. In authoritarian regimes, you can always just click the switch off. So you don't like what is going on in the digital public sphere. Let's say Iran is perhaps the most radical example of this. You just control the internet. You just say these sites are banned for these and these reasons, these and these laws. Of course, there is VPN systems that can go around this, but for one, they're much slower for uploading and spreading important information. For two, there is a huge risk if you get caught doing it, so it's not a safe way. There's no safe way to get around the state ban. So this is a direct way you can do this. And then we come to the hybrid regime types of Eastern Europe, such as in Serbia, where they don't have any, or at least not a lot of direct influence on how social media networks function. I will talk about ways that they have managed to overcome some of these difficulties, but also they don't have the luxury of just plain out banning what is happening online, because in the geopolitical context and declare the position of Serbia as an EU candidate, this will of course be politically unacceptable, even though I am sure that there are those who will be willing to take the full authoritarian instead of a hybrid authoritarian approach to this. But what does this create? This creates a fertile ground for those who are willing, and we have politicians that are very willing to find new and innovative approaches to overcoming the challenges that are necessary to control online media discourse. And I find that in this context, traditional media are an excellent tool in that sense to do so. Before going on and speaking of some of these strategies that I wish to develop through further research and to actually test this hypothesis, but I believe that it won't take too much to prove it. I just want to see the extent and the ways that it functions in. I just want to quickly define what I mean by when I say digital manipulation. So digital manipulation I see as a strategy of digital repression of free speech that the ruling regime and regime-affiliated actors utilize in an attempt to influence and, whenever possible, directly exert control over public narratives, discussions, and discourses that appear online within the digital sphere. Now, why do I put forth a definition? I believe that also when doing a literature review so far, as Dalibor very well stated, the academic literature is still in the process of defining concepts when we speak of this subject. And I believe that one of the goals of our edited volume, and I will try to do this through my work, is to try and define concepts that we will use, and perhaps we can align our own concepts. The bots are an excellent example that you mentioned. I won't go further into it. But when we say bots here, it has a complete different meaning to what academic writers mean when they discuss bots. They usually think of programs that are used to widespread quick artificial comments not made by people. Here, we use it more of as a pejorative term for actual people who do the job of a bot in a classical sense. Another very important concept, I'll just quickly discuss this because there has already been a discussion in relation to your paper, but I think that we should very much think about what we define as democratic versus authoritarian state in the context of digital manipulation. If we look at the centralized level of government, it is very difficult to precisely define what makes the way that the U.S. government or the techniques that the U.S. government uses versus some of the techniques used in more authoritarian regimes are very similar, if not identical, and they actually learn from each other. So to define, let's say, the U.S. as a democratic state, it would, in that sense, you would need to go and say that in the historical context of how politics is governed in this country, it is very democratic because it has large autonomy for its people, for the electorate at the local level, it's undisputed. But in the context when discussing digital manipulation, it shouldn't just automatically be labeled as democratic because of this democratic tradition, because what we see in practice is often, to say the least, very questionable, like in regards to transparency, how these techniques are handled, in regards to the very techniques themselves and who they target and how these targets are chosen. So I want to just say that I will try in the introductory part to define these concepts very clearly and see how they apply to the Serbian case. So quickly, the theory that I will try to set up. I will talk about start the discussion in my paper with the early 2000s discussion, which I think is very important in academic literature in this regard, of digital optimists versus digital pessimists. And of course, it is evident that digital pessimism has proven to be a more valuable theory for interpreting what is happening. And in essence, just to summarize it quickly, what it says is that more freedom to the people, as Vladimir spoke, doesn't necessarily mean more quality of public discussion. On the contrary, it means the degradation of existing discussion. So I will try to frame my work in this theory, and I will have to read up more on this literature. In regards to the methods, I was for a long time thinking how to empirically use this concept to make an empirical research. And I have an idea that I will try to implement. I found very interesting, as all of us living here did, the protests against violence and the way that the cooperation between our electronic and traditional media and the digital media manifested on that very example. So I'm thinking of framing it actually in the example of that case study itself. And of course, to us, it is self-evident why that case study is important, but I will make an introduction on how this kind of came to the protests, at least in my opinion, came as a culmination of the instinctive feeling of the protesters, feeling that they cannot have any influence on the public discourse, especially in the context of important issues such as violence, which manifested with the tragic events in May, and that this was one of the main driving forces behind the protests, just to have a voice heard. And of course, digital media was very important in that sense for spreading the message and spreading the word. But then again, it is very interesting how the regime reacted to this, because you have an authentic sort of like urban uprising against this repression of free speech. But then, of course, you have how it's framed in the traditional media, and what is most important, how this is used to suppress the digital discussion about the event. What I found just through, let's call it professionally, sample qualitative analysis of tweets, and I'm thinking of focusing on Twitter mostly because of practical reasons. They're easily reachable and you can follow key persons and how they react. So I did a small sample analysis of Ana Brnabić, Željko Mitrović, and Dragan Vujicic, and what they do. So essentially, the strategy is the following: the media of Dragan Vujicic, which is of course Informer, and Pink of Željko Mitrović, first set the agenda in the traditional media, in the traditional sense that you would see it in the 90s when there was no internet. So this is the first and foremost goal. Then you have what is evidently teams of bots that Dalibor spoke about and their numbers, who are told, so there's somebody who evidently identifies the key hashtags that are being spread, like stop nasilju, prevent violence, stuff like that, who use these hashtags in order to flood, as you spoke about, the discussion, so that anybody using this hashtag is not actually having a discussion, they're just being buried in a pile of meaningless tweets. But then what is important, where the traditional media is used, so Željko Mitrović uses his Twitter account to, and his, of course, media machine, which generates, let's call it fake news or false information, to post his perspective on the issue online, and in such a way aggravate the people so much, because this is like blatantly false information. It's not up for debate. It's just like provoking a reaction. And he does this very well. And you can see how, if you follow the tweets, how everybody gathers around this tweet and tries to disprove it. And then you have armies of bots which are combating the people that are trying to argue against him. So basically, creation of a meaningless sea of nothingness. So no public debate. Then I will return to what I said before. You have the problem of people generating content themselves. So the state media, of course, had drones covering the event, showing how there's nobody at the protests and using the slander words to describe everybody that is there. But on the other hand, you have independent people on the ground with their cell phones who just simply film the crowds, and it becomes evident that this is not true. And of course, this won't be on television, so a lot of people will not come by this information, but it will be online, and a lot of people will come by this information. The first strategy that was, the first time it was used during the COVID protests, and now it was used, is that people reported, I mean, I had personal experience with this myself, that the network itself in the area was closed down during the protest, or at least it was inefficiently good to upload something. But of course, people would still upload what they could and the videos. So what the strategy was then was to report the YouTube channels and the Facebook accounts and everything that uploads this with nonsense reports that they're like sexually explicit, that they're, you name it, whatever categories you have of reporting the any like YouTube channel. And the problem is the following. The policy of these big companies is that once the report is made a sufficient number of times, which the bots do very easily, they take the content down and put it in a review status. by the time the review status is up, it's been at least 2 weeks in best case scenario. Sometimes the review status doesn't happen for months. This is irrelevant news anymore. So you have a semi-direct influence. So they cannot do it like, let's say, the United States by directly calling up Zuckerberg to testify in front of the Congress, but they can use the available methods to silence these channels nonetheless. You then, of course, have the old strategy of, how do you say it in English, zamena teza. So it's... so changing the thesis, and there's a good Latin term that I'm missing for that as well. So basically, the most funny example of that was when Ana Brnabić made a tweet about Dragan Vučićević going to jail. And of course, he went to jail very voluntarily, and he did so just to make a media circus for days. And she described him as the pinnacle of freedom of expression, and how none of these false elitists will say anything to defend the journalist because he's pro-government, but if somebody from their side is arrested, I believe it was Zlatanovic, the YouTube creator that was arrested at that time, then they will cry that he's being, persecuted for his views and stuff. So there's a constant flow of changing of thesis, which I believe, at least it seems that this is the effect. The only purpose is to draw attention to such meaningless, because if you have to explain that Dragan Vučićević is a very, very controversial figure who gives out very controversial news, you're already wasting time because this is established fact. Then what I found very interesting, and I talked about this in Germany a bit, the cycle doesn't close there. What happens then is that we have TV shows, and Hit Tweet is perhaps the best example of this, where you take everything that has happened in the semi-controlled digital public sphere, and then you interpret it to the wider TV audience. So you use television in order to frame the discussion that has been happening online to essentially what is your most important public, the people who watch TV, because this is, I guess it would be easily probable, where most people who support the ruling regime get their information from. So not only...
TV is still the most important source in Serbia for acquiring news.
News, exactly. So what you have is not only maximal control to the extent possible in the setting that I described of the discourse that happens, you also have a reinterpretation at the end when it happens of what has happened. And the strategy there is, I don't need to explain it. You pick one silly tweet that some person has tweeted, because anything can be tweeted at any time. And you present this as the main view of those people who are gathering on the streets. And there has been examples of people who have really made appalling tweets, I mean, out of anger and everything, but no excuse there. But this would be framed as the view of the few 100 people who have gathered there, who are lunatics and who just want to death and destruction for Vučić and his family, and what the general narrative is there. And then you have what I will try to frame, to put in my paper, is a rinse and repeat. So you do all of this, and then you do it tomorrow, and then you do it the day after that, and essentially any discussion becomes worthless and meaningless, and you then have a polarization of people who will choose not to participate, and because it's essentially impossible to have any meaningful debate, and then they will have discussions and one television inside there and things like this, which are interesting discussions, but it's a discussion among friends, among people who already think alike, and these discussions are not going to influence the general public, and as such they're manageable, even though they do occur. So they're not a big problem or a big threat. And and one more thing that I find interesting, and I will conclude with this, so to leave time for discussion, is that during this whole panic about how to frame the huge protests that were going on, you had direct evidence on television of how someone from the very high echelons of the government is communicating to journalists live on television what to say. So people took a print screen, let's say, of Dragan Jevučićević, who was a guest on TV Pink, and he was, of course, slandering everything that has to do with the protests, and it says, now tell them this, and there was something like, you know, and it was evidently on his phone, and of course you can only imagine who that message was from. So this is very interesting. And also you had the accidental tweet of Željko Mitrović, who accidentally tweeted a screenshot of a message that he got, which says, don't film it from a drone. They can see that there is a lot of people. Film it from the surrounding buildings, because then you can have a different angle. So, I mean, and for some reason he tweeted this for a millisecond. Of course, it got screenshot and that it got taken away. So anyhow, this is still at a conceptual level, but I hope that I was clear in explaining the direction of where my thoughts are going, and I would like mostly comments on how to frame this in a valuable empirical research to kind of prove or disprove the points that I have made. Thank you very much. I'm also the moderator. So, okay, so Vlada can go first.
Is it okay? Yeah. It's okay. Okay. Okay, we are talking again about digital autocracy, and so you managed to split two models, Orwellian, we spoke about that in Munich, and Huxleyan, basically, you know, the soft and the hard one. Okay, Huxleyan response to freedom of speech is basically something that is adequate to hybrid regimes. So you managed to emphasize that the television is still, and digital media also, something which is more connected to the public opinion. What happens on TV, as Dalibor said, it's still important. But when you mention tools, how they manage to do this kind of control, you manage bots. Also, I think Dalibor mentions trolls. We have also officials. You picked Anna Brnabić, for example, and stormtroopers of media apocalypse, you know, Vučićević, etc., etc. But there is also one other phenomenon which I think that is serving this purpose perfectly, and this is pro-regime political analysts. You have them, and I think through them is actually how the regime is connecting and maybe directing what's going on in the digital sphere. Many of debates, many of fights are actually on Twitter, on Instagram, or on Telegram right now, is actually induced by the statements given by this pro-regime political analyst. And every national televisions have lots of them, you know, TV Pink, TV Happy. They're always there. They are constantly there, and they are talking whatever regime needs to be heard for the people, from the people. You have a swing in the moment, pro-Russian, pro-USA, you know, in an instance, and then you have fire on digital networks. So I think maybe also to include them as a tools, because you said that you want to emphasize regular media and their interaction with the digital sphere as important part of your research. Just a suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, that's an excellent aspect, because they're the major link between what they say on TV and then they spread it through Twitter. Yes. Who's next? Okay, we have yeah, Lucas
No, it's
and
just
Aleksandra.
a short comment also to add something what we already discussed also in Munich was, yes, this moment. And another one is that it could, I mean, this is not only value for Serbia, but actually for the entire idea of having a republic, which is like res publica, the public thing or public affair, because when we take Twitter or other platforms as some form of publicity or society, then it becomes like very blurry what is actually the public sphere. Because I can create 200 fake accounts, you know, on Twitter, pushing a certain agenda or pushing a certain opinion and so on. This is not publicity anymore. This is not society. It's like completely artificial and simulating something that does not exist. And this is like endangering actually democracy in a way. I mean, I wouldn't go that far that it should be banned or something like that. No, far from that. But we have a certain problem about what is publicity, what is society, and what is like actually the form of state we want to live in. This is, you cannot overemphasize this enough.
Yes, and I guess methodologically speaking, my biggest issue, or one of the big issues, would to justify why Twitter is a good sample for this, because there's other social media networks, and as you said, Twitter itself is not that representative of
describe the mechanism. I think that it's not important to choose
okay.
some, you know, every social media you're describing that.
All right, like case studies.
Spilling over from one media to another. Maybe need a huge
sample, yeah.
Sample,
yes.
something like that. Maybe even you could have some studies or something to choose few the important people like you mentioned. Sorry.
Aleksandra?
Yes, I would suggest, I liked your paper and the overall idea. Maybe you can look at the platform studies, and it's something I'm currently working on within one EU cost action called The Opinion, how people express and construct opinion online, and how there is a platform studies and the platformativity of the media, especially in the digital sphere. So, for example, there are authors who 2 years ago published a really good article, I can send you this, that they built a specific murmuration net framework. Like, you know what the murmuration is, to study the network publics. So how the publics online are expressing opinions in flocks, kao nekim malim stadima. Znaš na što mislim. So how similar flocks are communicating online and fueling this murmuration online. So to distract, to have, you know, to completely divert one topic to another, etc. So, for example, these are, you can maybe look at it how different authors in academic literature look at this individual and collective performances through different platforms. If you're looking on Twitter, how is it different from traditional media or something like that? Because this concept of platformativity, which is very trendy and ongoing, it's still not very well researched, but you can look at from the platform studies, platform media studies in there, which is, I think, can be useful for what you have been doing. And of course, as always, you have our own reference from the three of us who studying Twitter and a smear campaign against Ombudsman Saša Janković from a couple of years ago, where we had a really good approach. I'm not subjective at all.
Thanks.
If I can just pick up on
go ahead.
what Aleksandra said. I mean, we wrote a paper on this campaign against Ombudsman by the ruling party and pro-government media. tabloid media especially, it was a bit broader than what you're doing now. But I was wondering, I mean, it is significant because at that point, roughly speaking, Serbia returned under the threshold of democracy, turned authoritarian again. Now you are kind of looking at what happened just a few months ago. So it's 8-year difference. So I was wondering whether you noticed any difference in terms of strategies of these guys. I mean, these are essentially the same guys. You have Prime Minister, okay, she's new, but, you know, behaves in the same way as the former Prime Minister. And we have these two guys who are owners of these key tabloid, electronic and print media. Or perhaps even if they are doing the same things, has the context changed so that you may have very different outcomes? So if you can just briefly comment on this.
That's a great question, and I would say that the matrix by which they operate, the path that they have set in 2015 and even before that is the same, but they have become much more present and aggressive. So I guess they have developed the capacity to be more present. And what I was surprised by, and I will need to have some empirical backing up of this claim, but to my knowledge, this did happen. Before, they did not use actual authoritarian regimes, such as turning off mobile signals so that was still a taboo back in 2015. Now this is like completely acceptable in the sense that these are the rules of the game. So you have yes during the protest. So this is like the one major thing that I would say that slid from like hybrid authoritarianism to like playing out, just like shutting down networks at key places when necessary. And also what has surprised me since 2015 when we published this and when we did the whole research together is that the ability of rising up from the ashes like the phoenix. So Twitter and Facebook have identified and banned numerous times complete flocks of bots that have been operating, and this has done nothing but to deter them for a couple of days, even if so. So they have like an army that is prepared to rebuild the moment that they're shut down. So effectively, it's like a swarm that you cannot effectively combat because whatever approach is taken, they're identified. Organizations such as Tragač make lists of people and stuff. They just hop on over from the castle to the fortress and whatever, name it. So the question is of is this being combated? But to answer your question, I would identify their capacity as having increased. Thanks. Great. I would like to thank you all for being here the entire day, for sticking through. At the very end, but perhaps even we could do this, we have lunch now, we could discuss how to frame this publication and what are the next steps. So perhaps we take that down to the restaurant and a well-deserved break. Thank you very much.